Good evening. Welcome to the lands of Aecathan here on Twitch on the Artifacts Worldswide channel. When a bunch of people who've played D&D together probably too much decide to say, hell with it, and play D&D together a little bit more. Because why not? What else is there to do? Really? You know.
In pandemic time, nothing.
Yes.
Really.
This is the perfect thing to do in pandemic world.
This lowers your blood pressure while everything else you could do right now raises your blood pressure.
Yeah, pretty much. Looking forward to having my blood pressure lowered this evening. Let's put it that way.
I know, right?
Yep. Well, we have a couple announcements before we get to tonight's game. First off, want to remind you that we are supporting the Wildland Firefighter Foundation. They are a group that provides immediate assistance to families of firefighters who are either injured or killed while protecting their communities. And though you're not hearing a lot about it in the news or on social media, the wildfires are still going strong in California and I assume in Colorado as well. And this is an organization that supports firefighters across the country. So any firefighter who is injured or killed doing their job, this organization provides assistance to the families. So you can get to their webpage from our website, artifactsworldswide.com. There's a link right on the front page. And then once you click it, if you scroll down, you'll see a little article tell you a little bit more about the organization and a link in the article that'll take you directly to their website. And anything you can donate to help them out would be greatly appreciated, I'm absolutely certain. Even if it's just $1, you know. Dollar buys a couple cans of vegetables or a roll of toilet paper or, roll of paper towels or something. But anything you can do to help, I'm sure that they would appreciate it. We would appreciate it. Now, the other announcement we have is actually something for us. We're going to be, for the first year, because, we just started this year, we're going to be participating in the Extra Life Gameathon on November 7th. And we're going to be on for... Did anybody count? Anybody figure out exactly how many hours we're going to be on?
It's 8:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. minus some breaks. So 12, 13, 14 hours. 13 hours, I guess.
Yeah. And we're going to be playing Dungeons & Dragons. We're going to be playing 4 different Dungeons & Dragons games run by 4 different game masters. One of them is going to be Mike. One of them is going to be Nikki.
What?
One of them is going to be our friend Buddy, who, if you watch GM Chat, you've met Buddy. And then we're going to have an extra chapter of Lands of Aecathan that week.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Yep. We have
15 and a half hours.
15 and a half hours. Okay. Minus
approximately.
breaks. Yep.
No, that's 8:30 to 11:30 plus another half hour for 12.
8:30 to 11.
Then 15.
Okay.
14 and a half.
14 and a half. All right. But we've signed on with the Dungeons & Dragons team to help them out. So, but we do have our own page. We'll be putting that up on the website shortly if you want to maybe donate a little ahead of time if you can't be there with us on November 7th. But it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to it because something that Pam pointed out last night on Player Chat, Mike and I don't get to play in the same game very often. Usually one of us is running. So I'm thinking some strategy once we figure out, once we find out what the games are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Let's have some fun with this.
Ouch. All of them.
I am so excited. I have got permission from the creator of a module, and I am psyched.
Nice.
She's a little happy about it.
Oh my god, I'm so excited.
Well, looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a
I
lot of fun.
almost feel bad for Buddy, but no, not really.
I don't. He knew what he was getting in for. It's not like he's not gamed with all of us at some point, so.
He might not have thought this through. That's all I'm gonna say.
He'll be fine. He's a veteran DM too,
3
so
hours. It'd be fine.
yeah, it'd be no problem for him. So, all right. Any other announcements? Anybody else have anything else?
Probably, but I can't think of it right now.
GM chat tomorrow at 8 p.m.
Oh yeah, I will not be on GM chat tomorrow.
So tune in.
But
So definitely
I have a special guest, and we're actually going to get a little academic. So,
Ooh.
Which is why I'm not going to be there.
And then
Academic
Sunday, it's WoW.
yes,
Wow, at 3 p.m.
yep. Board remotely is back to World of Warcraft. So, that'll be
It
fun.
sure is.
It's always fun when Aecathan runs around and makes snarky comments, and
And you get to do a voice.
it's fun for me.
We enjoy Aecathan.
All right, good. If there are no other announcements, then it's my pleasure to welcome you all officially back to the lands of Aecathan. Welcome back. So, when we last left our intrepid band of adventurers, they were in the process of trying to save the honor of one of the captains in the Rykeliad, which are the private troops answering to the Lord of Thunder's Edge. And Oversentinel Overmane has been accused of adultery, and based on what you four found out last week, I'm certain that rumor is going to go around accusing him of murder as well. But you are already somewhat certain that that was not the case, and that the charge of infidelity is also not accurate. But you have only talked to 2 of the 9 witnesses so far. And so that was what you were going to continue doing, was going to interview the rest of the witnesses and try to figure out what exactly happened. So, have at it. What would you like to do?
So who's next on the list?
Yeah.
And what time was it?
Anybody priority? Anyone? Or is it just now a checklist?
We know that Scott is a bouncer, so it's harder to get a hold of him in the evenings or probably early in the day. So maybe afternoon would be the best time to get him.
Right.
And then the Volcudo, he works at a smithy in the Inner Enclave, so we probably couldn't get him till the evening because we can't get it in the Inner Enclave.
True.
Just a reminder, I just wanted to point out that we talked to somebody, the retired soldier.
Yep.
Malton.
Yes.
Yep.
And he said that the hand was smaller than it was. The hand seemed smaller than it appeared to be. So that was just something I wanted to remind us of.
Right. So somebody was masquerading as Overmane.
some kind of disguise.
Sorry, I'm singing.
There are some disguises, right, that you would transform into the person, and then some are more illusory.
Mm-hmm.
So, Zori, do you know which? Is it disguise self or something? Polymorph, the hand would be the right size, right?
Correct. Disguise self would be not the right size.
Because you maintain yourself, you just have the visage.
Mm-hmm.
So probably that. Is that a high level spell?
No.
Disguise self is a level 1 bard spell, but like it for here it says shape changing. So
is it only bards that can cast disguise self?
No.
Oh. But it would be arcane magic, right? Or someone cast it on someone.
Yeah,
I'm looking it up now.
Okay.
So some sort of magic user.
Illusion, School of Illusion, Bard, Sorcerer, Wizard, Trickery, Domain, and Artificer.
Okay.
I wouldn't know. I got kicked out of magic school.
You can see 1 foot shorter or taller.
Yeah, it's an illusion.
But you can't change your body type. So
right. So
did you say 1 foot taller or shorter?
Mm-hmm.
And you can appear thin, fat, or in between.
So I wonder how big this guy is. He's a barbarian. I would think he's a big guy, right? So,
well, I mean, we have met barbarians of all sorts and types at this point. There's dwarves and halflings.
Right, but probably not a dwarf, because a dwarf wouldn't be able to get tall enough.
Right.
Well, I see what you mean. Yeah, sorry, the barbarian could be. We should find out what he is.
None of the bandits or anything were of dwarven or smaller stature. They were all humans and half orcs and correct?
Mm-hmm.
DM?
Right.
Okay.
We still have that.
Okay, so,
all right, go ahead.
So this is an arcane magic, not a holy magic.
Unless
it's an arcane.
The trickery domain means that it's available to clerics who have that domain.
Oh.
Do I know if, without looking it up in the atlas, which I have on the other screen, as a player, no, not as a player, as a character, do I know if any of the Jagervanen deities have trickery?
You would need to roll religion for that.
Rude.
Grasp my symbol as I try to recall this. Not good. Yeah, 10. 5 does not get you very far.
You remember that there's someone in the good pantheon that indulges in trickery, and there's someone in the neutral pantheon that indulges in trickery, but you can't recall if you don't really know that much about the evil pantheon.
Okay. Because there was something else, right? Well, we had seen the bad cleric when we had the second group of bandits. The first group of bandits, we heard about the big guy and the kind of was sorcery-looking woman, right? So,
yes.
I mean, not that they're necessarily here, but they could be. There are a couple of people that we at least are aware of.
Okay, so we were gonna go see the guy who's a bouncer because he's probably home. I think that's what we were gonna do next.
Sot. He works at the Blue Spider, but lives in the Outer Enclave.
Let's go.
Did we find out what time it was? I'm sorry, I missed that part.
What time it is now?
In the
It's
day?
probably early afternoon.
Okay.
You had gone back for lunch, and that was where you had met with the captain.
Right.
And now you're setting back out. So, yeah, it's probably between 1 and 1:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Right. So we go see the bouncer dude.
I walk with Zori on the way there. Can you scry?
Scry on someone?
Yeah, do you know how to do that?
No, not yet. Unfortunately. If they're close, I can always send a message if I know a bit about them. Oh, no, that's
No.
sending. That's sending.
Quite
I don't have that one. Within range and whisper a message. Not like sending. So, I don't know. I guess we're going to head off to the Blue Lagoon. What was it?
We're going to his house since he works for the Blue Spider, but we can't go there.
The Blue Lagoon.
All right. Well, we'll ask for directions and head our way out there.
All right. Make a persuasion check, whoever's asking for directions.
First, 19.
19. You ask a couple people, and they say they don't know, and then you catch a young halfling, probably right on the cusp of adulthood, but not quite. And you stop and ask him, and he's like, oh, yeah, the really big one. Yeah, I know where he lives. Come on, I'll show you.
Thank you.
And so he leads you over to a house. It's not, it's not the greatest house in the world, but it's fairly well kept. And he says, he's in there. Are you going to knock on that door?
Sure.
Wow.
Is there something wrong with that?
He's really big. And he's grumpy. I gotta get home.
Okay, thanks.
I give him.
He runs off before you can do that.
No, he's
Literally,
lit.
he's like you can sense he's really scared. He doesn't want to see you get beat up.
Hilarious. So, I knock.
All right. Doesn't seem to be any movement in the house. You don't hear anything.
Not even a dog?
No.
Okay. I knock again. Shaving a haircut, 2 bits.
Still nothing.
Gotta do like the.
You got a hammer?
I let her knock.
Morning Star.
Morning Star. That'll work.
I don't want to damage his door.
No, but
You can
maybe
use the handle.
Yeah, I do that and I bang pretty loudly.
All right.
Might still be sleeping.
You hear a thud from inside.
Well, at least it's not a dead body this
And then
time.
you hear another thud. and then another, and then
All
another,
right. So
and then another.
so while that's happening, Jeff, I turn and say, "Okay, everybody, stand out in the street and act like we're talking."
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So, you know,
Okay.
that tiefling guy was kind of cool. He's, I thought he was better than what I thought he was going to be. And just making chit chat talk like
Right.
that.
And just after you get to the middle of the street and engage in this conversation, you see the door yanked open so hard you're surprised it didn't come off its hinges. And you see a half-orc who is dressed in a pair of breeches and nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
His hair's all mussed up. He looks bleary-eyed and exceptionally pissed off. He's about 6'7",
Okay.
and about 3/4 that height in width at the shoulder. I mean, he is freaking huge. If it
He's the brute squad.
if it wasn't for the half-orc features, you'd almost think that he wasn't a half-orc.
Because why?
Because he's bigger than any half-orc you've ever seen.
Oh, shit.
All right. So when the door whips open,
He's looking around.
Arimynn
Like,
whips his head around and looks to see what's going on.
all right, you see him like looking around like he's ready to just lay into somebody, but there's nobody there.
All right, big fella?
You see who knocked on my door?
Yeah, it was some little twerpy halfling kid.
I think I know who that is. He's always staring at me.
Hey,
Rip
aren't
his
you
legs off!
Hey, aren't you the bouncer over at the Blue Spider?
Yeah, what of it?
Yeah, so we're like investigating the adultery thing that happened down there at the dressmaker's shop, and we heard that you might actually know something about it or had seen something.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No offense. Can I talk to her? He points at Tasha.
Sure.
By all means.
He just kind of looks at you, looks back at the other three, looks at you again and goes. And steps back inside the doorway. Doesn't close the door, though.
So I come up closer.
All right.
Good luck. I'm staying out here.
Like, so what'd you see? I'm Tasha, by the way.
Ah, Sot. Sot
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Look, this isn't going to take long. I didn't see much.
What did you
I
see?
need to go back to bed. I got to work tonight.
Absolutely. We'll make this as quick as possible.
Yeah, I seen him coming out of that house. Disgusting.
What house?
That Leaf Eater's house.
Oh. So she
that's
was
just
Elven?
Yeah, disgusting. No self-respecting Edgar take up with the likes of that.
I see.
She must have hexed him or something. Overmane's a good guy.
Did he look hexed?
Oh.
Okay. Did you know him? Do you know Overmane?
Well, I run across him a couple times.
Was he acting normal?
He was walking.
Was he walking weird?
He was walking.
Okay.
I just come off shift. I was tired, headed home.
So what time was it, do you think?
Oh. Middle of the morning. Before sunup.
Okay. So maybe 5, 6 o'clock?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Did he say anything to you?
Nope. but
Yeah.
done usually.
Okay.
Yeah, one thing I did know about Krosk, he don't talk much.
Okay.
He's one of them, like me, just like to stand there and look intimidating, let people babble.
Okay.
Not as good as me, but,
You are intimidating, it's true.
Yep.
Can you see us?
It's what I get paid for.
You left the door open.
Did you see anybody in the house?
Nope, door's closed. I just seen him walking away from it.
Okay. Did you hear anybody in the house?
I don't think so.
Okay. I'm gonna let you go back to bed.
His mouth opens wide enough, he could almost fit your face in his mouth.
You look tired.
I'm tired.
But it was nice to meet you. You have a good day.
How much taller than Tasha is he?
Thanks.
Like twice. And Tasha's like 5'7" or something.
Yeah, he's like 6'7".
He's a foot taller.
Yeah.
6'7". Okay,
Yeah.
So,
like a whole foot taller.
yeah, he just kind of waits till you leave and then closes the door, and you hear those thuds again, getting a little softer this time. Basically, that's just him trudging back to bed.
All
Does
right.
not like elves. I got that.
Another one off the checklist.
Doesn't like elves. Thinks fraternizing with elves is wrong.
Sure.
So did you guys hear that?
No.
Oh, we couldn't hear it. Okay.
No.
Okay, so I relay the whole thing. He saw Overmane leaving the house, but he didn't see or hear anybody in the house. And Overmane didn't say anything to him. So it's, it doesn't really give you much more of a picture.
Not much to go on.
Mm-mm.
Confirms the time.
Yeah, it was in the morning, like early morning.
All right. Well, that ain't too much.
Nope. Boy, he was huge.
All right. So we have the housekeeper. We already talked to her. The blacksmith, the two guys or the two people that work at a bakery, and then the laundry person.
Doesn't matter. We got to do them all.
I think that Missouri might want to go get a snack at the bakery.
Not yet. We just
Bakery it is.
had lunch.
Oh, well, she doesn't want any any confections or anything, so. We
So the
won't.
next one then.
So the housekeeper, we know where she works. So
All right, let's
Where
go
she
check her
lives.
out.
we have her address.
Well, are you talking about the domestic?
Is that
Yeah.
Janelle?
Janel, okay. All right.
Yeah, it says we had some of them. We had their we know where she works, but not where she lives.
Yep. All right.
The maid.
Yep. It's
Right.
a little ways around town. But go ahead and throw that back up. So you get to a relatively nice-looking house, single story, but fairly large, very well tended.
I know.
Must live near where the other one does, because this isn't near it, right? Where she would have seen it going to work.
Right.
I know.
There's
Channel.
it takes a minute, but you hear a voice go, "I'm on my way. Don't go. Don't move very fast." Door opens and you see a silver-haired halfling woman. She got a broom in her hand. Says, she got little spectacles on. "Can I help you?"
Oh boy.
Hi. We have been asked to investigate what happens with Overmane, and we were told that you might have witnessed something.
"Oh, yes, I saw him walking when I was on my way to work."
Can I ask a relatively personal question?
"Yes."
Do those spectacles work very well for you?
"Aye, they help me see the little things close up. I can still
Okay.
see far away pretty well without them, but I have trouble
Okay.
focusing on the close-up things these days, and, well, my employers don't like it when I miss stuff. So I got some glasses."
Okay, that's all. So,
"Oh, you're a tall one."
What?
yeah,
What time did you see him?
"Oh, well, I was coming to work, and I always try and get in before sunup. Like to be in the house and get breakfast cooking before anybody wakes up. And, well, you've been around as long as I have. You learned to take notice of how people are moving. My brother used to sneak around on his wife. And, the Overmane, he was walking kind of hunched over, just like my brother used to when he was trying not to be seen, which is really stupid because he was walking down the street. But, you know, there you go.
hunched over, huh?
Little. It's more like he was trying not to draw attention to himself, but he's a frickin' Overmane. Everybody's going to notice him when he walks by. I don't know what he was trying to do.
Is he a large man?
Oh, yeah. Well, everybody's large to me, dearie.
Was he bigger than I am?
She backs up a little bit and puts the spectacles down on her nose. No, about the same height, maybe a little taller, but not a lot.
How tall is Arimynn?
Just average height.
Okay.
Is he a human or some other?
Yeah.
Okay.
Most of the barbarians are humans.
Do you see a lot of people out normally that early in the morning?
Yeah, sometimes. I mean, I know the guards that patrol out here by name, and they know me. We always say hello to each other as we pass. Does me heart good to see them patrol and makes me feel safer on the streets.
Hmm.
Oh, you're like the guards. Are you new? She's pointing at Tasha.
Yeah.
I'm like the guards?
Yeah, you
You're
got
army?
that.
Oh, yes. I am new, but I'm not going to be one of the guards.
Oh, well then why
We're
are you
just-
coming
we're-
around asking the questions for?
Well, they asked me to.
Oh, you're like a private guard, private detective type person.
A little bit.
More of a specialist that they needed to call in.
Oh, and what's your specialty?
Finding out the truth.
Oh, well, where were you when my brother was tomcatting around on his wife?
Sorry. I would have loved to have helped with that one.
Yes, I'm sure his wife would have appreciated it too. Well, is there anything else I can tell you? I've got to get back to cleaning.
Can you guys think of anything else to ask?
Did you see him leaving her house, or you just saw him nearby?
Whose house? Oh, the elven lady. No. I was a ways away. I don't.
You just
go
saw him.
Yeah, I don't usually see him. I think that was the first time I'd seen him on my walk to work.
Can you tell me exactly where it was you saw him?
Probably down the street a ways. Okay, let me pause for a moment here and do a little bit of work with the map. This is where you are. Oh, wrong cursor. This is where you're at right now. This is where she is. And she says that it was down past the north gate to the inner enclave. So she's talking around here somewhere.
Oh. And where is the lady's house?
Back down.
It's right here.
West. Yeah.
So he could have been going anywhere.
Right. But it was early in the morning, pre-dawn, and she hadn't seen him at that time before.
He could have been going anywhere.
Yeah. That reminds me of something I want to ask when we're done with her. We really appreciate all the information.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
happy to be of service.
Arimynn walks up to her. Arimynn walks up to her and says, holds out a gold piece. He says, "This is for you, but you have to promise me you'll use it to have something nice for yourself or something fun for yourself."
She actually
no food, nothing like that.
She actually blushes a little bit. And she's like, "You're a very sweet young man. All right, I'll buy myself a new hat."
Beautiful.
Oh, I love it. That's so
Perfect.
cute.
Young man.
All right, so now we go to the bakery?
I have a thought, actually.
Okay.
I want to find out who was on one of the things we don't have on this witness list, or what guards were on duty, and did they see him come out of the inner enclave? Someone should have seen him pass through.
That makes sense because he lives in the enclave, right?
Right. And did somebody see him come back in?
That's a good question too.
Because there were no guards on this witness list. So he says he didn't leave. And
Right.
probably if somebody was impersonating him, they may not have come out of they might not have been in the enclave.
Because they couldn't get in.
And I mean, if they were dressed like him, but they, if it's somebody that went in there, then they had to go somewhere there, which means it's somebody internal. But I'm just wondering if somebody put the disguise on, but nobody ever saw him come out or go back in. That would be pretty good evidence.
And the way that the guards watch the gates, they would know if someone walked past them.
Especially though.
But the enclave, the gates on the enclave are Recaliad, right? They're not
Correct.
Yep.
Aecathan, but
they would still know who the Overstreet is, though.
well, yeah, but
Overmane.
Recaliad won't talk to us.
Right,
But the guards do a patrol.
Maybe we'll ask,
the captain?
yeah, Shiny Boy.
Yeah, because maybe they did ask.
Captain,
But we didn't get
Captain
any of
Garrow.
that. I would like to know that.
Yeah. Good to know.
All right, let's go down this list and.
All right. So we have Volkudo, who works at the blacksmith. He's probably still working, right?
Yep.
So we have Begilda, but I don't have any info written down on her.
She's also a housekeeper.
Oh, okay.
Do we know where she works or where she lives or?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's go see her.
All right. You travel around the western edge, back past the cottage where
We're getting our steps in.
Barletta's body was found. And you come to another house. This one, a little bit plainer, but still in good shape. And there's a human woman sweeping the walkway, which is cobblestone, from the road up to the front of the house as you approach.
How old is she?
Probably late 30s, early 40s.
Okay.
Excuse me. What was her name?
Begilda.
Begilda.
Vigilda?
Begilda.
Begilda. Okay. Are you Begilda?
Yeah? Why?
Well, I introduced myself. I'm Tasha, and I flash my badge or whatever, my insignia, and these are my assistants. And we were asked to investigate what has been going on with Overmane, and we were told
the Oversentinel.
Yeah.
Him.
Yeah. We were told that you witnessed something.
Heard something more like.
Oh, what did you hear?
Well, it isn't my first time hearing people rutting like hogs.
Oh, wow.
My second husband was doing that with the cook 3 doors down when I walked over on him. That sounded just like what I heard when I walked in on him and that woman.
Oh, my goodness.
I'd half a mind to go talk to Mrs. Overmane and tell her how husband number 2 met his demise at the end of a meat cleaver, just in case she needs a little help.
I do actually have a question about that.
About meat cleavers?
Actually, technically, yes. This might have become a more graver situation than just adultery. Could it possibly have been someone hollering for help or saying no or
What I heard, she didn't need help.
Aribell's not laughing.
Believe
Just
me,
kidding.
I know what it sounded like. My first husband, God's rest his soul, used to make me yell like that.
Well, I can see why you were so attached to him.
I want to tell her really badly that the lady was murdered, but I don't know if
Nope. We're not starting that.
Did you how close are we to her house?
Um,
So was she walking by or she
several
heard
hundred
it?
yards.
So were you home and heard this or were you outside?
Nah, I was headed to work.
Where do you
Had you-
live?
Go ahead.
Oh, I live up and around. I could get here faster if they'd let me go through the damn inner enclave, but no. I don't know. I think if I can wield a meat cleaver like I can, they might consider me for barbarian. That's all I'm going to say.
Had you heard anything in the previous few days before that incident from her house?
No,
Yelling, fighting,
no,
struggle?
no. Usually didn't hear anything. That's why I remember it so well. Because it was loud. I mean, who knew the elf was a screamer?
Arimynn is really trying hard not to just completely round laugh.
Did
So
it
you
seem...
didn't see either of these people, right?
Nope. But when I heard about what everybody was saying, I realized who it had to be. Because it was that same night.
So
Okay.
it's possible it could have been someone else.
About what time was it?
Well, she kept yelling Krosk. Think that
Oh,
pretty much
wow.
says it's him.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's pretty conclusive.
Yeah. About what time was this?
I don't know. I'm guessing like 2, 3 in the morning.
Okay.
So before you found out that what was allegedly going on, when you first heard it, what did you actually think?
Good for you, sweetie.
Oh, okay.
Were there windows open? Or I mean, it seems unusual you'd hear that volume from outside, right?
Depends on how loud they're yelling, I guess.
I mean, do you often hear your neighbors rutting?
I heard my second husband from 3 doors down, sweetie.
Okay.
Ears like a bat.
Can't believe you said that.
And it couldn't have been if she was saying Krosk, it wasn't oh no Krosk.
No. It's more like, oh gods, oh gods. Krosk, yes, Krosk, yes, oh gods. You know.
Got it.
I do not look at Arimynn. Stay focused on Bagilda.
I just, there's a difference between oh no.
Oh, believe me, I know what suffering sounds like. I remembered a second husband and a meat cleaver.
Got it.
He's not dead, by the way.
Just lost a few things.
Yep. Not going to be cheating on anybody else, let me tell you that.
Well, Bagilda, you are beguiling.
I know, ain't I?
Anything else you want to tell us that might help us?
Takes the broom, puts it in one hand, walks over and pats you on the shoulder and says, "Take it from me. Find somebody who makes you scream like that. Keeps you young."
Thank you.
Do you recall the last time you saw Barletta?
I think I've only seen her once.
Okay.
I'm usually up really, really early and then get home in mid-afternoon. I assume she's got kind of more of a normal schedule. So I don't really pass her by that much. I like I said, I've seen her once, maybe twice tops. We don't travel the same places the same times.
Have you ever spoken to her?
No.
So you don't know that it was her voice.
Nope. But I'm guessing it was coming from her house at that time in the morning.
Did we get what day it was? It was that night.
Yeah, she tells
Right.
you it was the same night that everybody's been talking about.
Okay, which we actually know is after
Yes.
Berletta. Okay. Okay.
This
Okay.
was
really
enormously
weird.
helpful. Thank you so much.
Airman
No
walks up
problem.
to her, hands her a gold piece. This is for making me fall in love with you. You're amazing. And he walks away.
You sweet talker, you. I am looking for husband number 3.
Oh my god!
Oh, you're too tough for me.
Oh my goodness!
All right. Next.
We have the laundry and the bakers
Okay.
And the guy who works at the smithy.
and the smithy. Yeah, but he's probably. Yeah. So we're down to 4. Well, the
Where
bakery
is
might
it
be
now?
closing up for the.
Yeah, it's probably like 2:30.
Oh, it's time to go to the bakery before they close.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we'll kind of want to catch them after work.
And we're feeling peckish.
Might need a sweet treat.
I need a snack. With 2 C's. SNAC. We're headed to the bakery.
All right.
Is this the same bakery, do we know, that they were talking about at the inn that made the biscuits? Or not the biscuits, but made the pastries?
You don't know.
Okay.
Could be.
You do know, however, that it is over. Drat! I hate it when I do that. Try to reveal more of the map and accidentally pull the map.
Bad map. No,
You've
biscuit.
shown us too much. Oh
The bakery is right here,
Okay.
so it is not too far away from
The inn.
the inn. So it could
Our,
be.
our favorite inn.
Yep, could be. So you get there and you just see a sign out front that has a loaf of bread on it.
I like bread. Sorry.
And when you open the door, there's a bell. It rings, and you see a couple low counters. And you see a somewhat flour-covered halfling male behind the counter who looks up and says, "Oh, well, you come in just in time. We were about to close. But, well, what we got left, you're welcome to. What can I
What
help you
is-
with?"
What do they have left?
They have bread. They have a couple different kinds of biscuits. They've got a couple turnovers with some sort of fruit in them, but not. They don't have a lot left.
Damn it, we should have come earlier. That's okay.
Turnovers, though.
You get the turnovers and I'll get the biscuits.
Okay.
How about we buy you out of everything?
Oh, well, then I'd say you just become me favorite customers.
We'll have it all. And I
Are
start
you-
reaching for my
And
money.
he goes, "Sir, get out here and give me a hand."
Are you Mr. Twofoot?
I am Hubal 2-Foot. And this young'un coming out the back here is me brother Sardis. Everybody just calls him Sar. And he says, "Sardis is fine too. Sardis cutting at your service. Now, what'd you call me out here for?" "I need your help wrapping up everything in the case. They're buying us out." "Oh, well, did he tell you that you may be our new favorite customers?"
He did.
Yes, he did.
Yep.
He did.
Well, he means it, at least until tomorrow.
Excellent. Are you the bakery that helps the ivory?
Oh, the Wrath? Hey?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes.
We've heard how delicious your pastries are.
Oh, Oberich's been telling tales on us again.
Yes, that's why we had to come get as much as we could.
Oh, excellent. I told you he'd help us. Ah, you did. All right, fine. You were right.
Believe me, you want to make her very happy.
Well, I'll do me best. Right. All right, we'll get that wrapped up for you. Is there anything else we can do for you? Special order you'd like to place, perhaps?
Do you make donuts?
I don't think so.
I described them.
Nope. That's not something that we've ever done. You say they're boiled in oil.
Makes them crispy, and then the dough puffs up.
Huh.
And
Well, that's something it sounds like we might try at some point, but we haven't got anything to boil oil in, and no idea what the composition of the dough might be.
True.
Gonna have to do some
That's
research.
tricky.
I'll handle the research on that. You keep working on the biscuits. All right. That sounds like a good idea.
Well, also, we are investigating the incident with Overmane. And we heard that you might have witnessed something.
Oh, aye. You're talking about a week ago,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
What did you see?
Well, Sar and I were headed to work, and we saw the Oversentinel coming out of Miss Dargan's house. Not the sweetest person, but she's always very nice to us. But a lot of people had a lot of problem with her, because she didn't like the Lord so much, and she wasn't shy about saying it.
Coming out about what time?
Oh, shoot, we were headed, that was the day we got a late start. Oh, right, yeah, so it would have been, probably about hour and a half, hour before dawn, maybe 2, somewhere in there. We were a little late getting out of the house, and so we were kind of hurrying, and we seen him coming out of Miss Dargan's house, and I don't know, it seemed kind of strange that he'd be coming out so early in the morning, but he's an Oversentinel, so, you know, they're always chasing something. Hey. But he was right. There was something strange about it. I remember that morning. That was the morning that I was pitching you the idea for the new biscuits with cheese and cinnamon in it. Again.
Cheese and cinnamon?
Hey. Believe it or not, it is an amazing taste combination. Well,
So,
we'll see.
So
Aye,
what
that's
was
the biscuits you've got right there. That's our first batch. I finally convinced him to let me try.
We have some here
Aye.
in what we're buying.
I
Excellent.
got the last 4.
Excellent.
But
So-
again, I thought I've argued with Hugh something fierce to try and get him to let me try these, and I thought I was getting somewhere with him that day, and then the Oversentinel comes banging out of the house where Miss Dargan lives. He slammed the door like he was mad or something and stomped off, but he was limping. I don't know. He hurt his foot or something, but he wasn't walking normal, but it looked like he was favoring a leg. But we just kind of stood back and let him go by because he looked mighty angry. Aye, that's right. Now that you mention it, I do remember he did look rather steamed.
He
So-
looked angry.
Aye.
so you know what they're saying about him, correct?
Yeah, I heard. And you know,
Does- But doesn't that seem a little odd that he's leaving the place angry and that she doesn't really like any of them in the first place? So why would does it add up to you? Because it doesn't to me.
For all I know, he pitched his love to her, said he's going to leave his wife for her, and she turned him down.
So-
I don't think that's very likely, Hugh.
Right.
Well, I know, but I mean, it could be. I mean, we don't know what was going on in there.
When was the last time you actually saw her?
She was in about a week and a half ago. Maybe a little longer than that. Yeah, maybe a little longer. Maybe more like 2 weeks. But, she usually comes in once or twice a month and buys stuff. Usually when she's having people over for a fitting, so she's got something to serve them. She was considerate like that. And, like I said, she's always nice to us, even if she, was kind of a rebel that most people didn't like.
Do you know if she had any friends?
I don't think so. I mean, I never talked to anybody who said that she was her friend.
Oh, wow. That must be lonely.
Well, if you go around saying such nasty things about the people who run this place, not a lot of people are going to be your friend because they like living here and they want to keep doing it.
I kind of lean in and whisper quietly. Are there other people who talk about the Lord like that?
Not like her. She was the only one who actually stepped out in public and said things at the top of her lungs for everybody to hear. I mean, there are certain people who don't, like certain things that the Lord does or certain rules that he's passed, but they do it quiet, like, they talk to people over a mug in a tavern, or they talk to their family over dinner. Yeah, they don't go out and, run around and shout it out for everyone else to see.
Have you seen the Oversentinel before?
Well, occasionally. I mean, for a big city, it's a little bit like a small town in the fact that after you've lived here for a while, you sort of get to know some faces, especially the important ones. And, being an Overmane, there's only, 3 of them? 4 of them. There's 4 of them. 4 of them, right. And, I mean, you get so you recognize all of them. And I know the Archsentinel. I know what she looks like, and I seen the Lord a couple times from a distance. Aye, he's a very large man. Huge beard. But we've never seen him up close.
So, other than the limp, was there anything odd about the Overmane that day? Did he walk differently? Besides,
he was angry about something. I mean, that was clear from the look on his face and the way he was walking. So I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't like to say ill of anybody, but I have to wonder if there wasn't, if he wasn't coming out of a fight.
You didn't hear anybody else. You didn't hear anything. You just saw him being angry.
Right. Oh, yeah. This was, we were a ways off when we seen him coming out, and, he just kind of hit the street before us and started marching around, and we just stayed, out of his way, and took a little bit more time than we might have been late, but, I didn't want to get in his way.
which direction was he headed?
Oh, he was headed around, I'm thinking around to the north gate. Either that, or he might have been headed to the Wrath for something to drink. He might have been headed to one of the temples, I don't know. But he was headed north around the outside. He didn't go in the west gate to the inner enclave. We both passed it.
So he passed the gate to the inner enclave and would have had to go in around a different one.
Aye.
And there's 4 gates?
There's 5 gates actually.
Okay.
There's two east gates. There's east, north, and east, south. There's a south gate, a north gate, and a west gate.
Okay.
And they've all got Rekeliad guarding it 24/7.
Just one last question. When he passed the west gate, you said angry, right?
Aye.
Did the guards react? Did you see?
I don't think I looked. I did kind of glance, but they just sort of stood there. Like, I don't know, I don't want to go putting words in people's mouth. Oh, why stop now?
Like they were ignoring him?
Well, go on, Hugh. Just say what you're going to say.
Please.
He,
It could be helpful.
they sort of looked like they were deliberately looking the other way.
Oh.
Like, they might have seen where he was coming from and didn't want to.
Do you know which guards they were?
No.
Oh, okay. Didn't know if they came and wanted to, enjoyed your biscuits.
If they want anything from outside, they send a messenger. Anybody from the inner enclave, they've got people. And they send those people out here to get stuff.
All right.
This was a lot of helpful information, and we have the yummy snacks to have. So I think Jeff's frozen.
Yeah, I think the internet's crashing. Which is lovely.
Oh,
Damn it.
I saw his head move.
Oh, they're
I
back.
see her head move.
There we
There
go.
they are. What kind of
Very angry.
what kind of
My
breads and
computer just told me I'm unstable. I think that's really rude.
It's like doesn't even know you.
I'm not saying a word to that. Not a word.
Smart man.
okay, so you said 4 cheese biscuits,
Oh,
2 pastries.
Cheese on cinnamon biscuits.
Have you ever made any cheese and garlic biscuits?
Oh, aye. When I can get the garlic.
Good with some stew.
Little hard to find around here.
I was just wondering for my inventory what we have.
Oh, well,
How much I owe you.
Oh, let's see. Well, it is the end of the day, so they're not going to be as absolutely fresh as they could have been. Let's say, 3 silver for the lot.
Oh.
Here is a gold. Thank you for all of your information. It
Oh.
was helpful.
I think you might now be his favorite customers for longer than a day. Aye.
Well, we'll
The
be back.
the biscuits are cheese and cinnamon.
4 of them.
Yep. The 2 pastries are desert pear,
Mm-hmm.
and the bread is a whole wheat, like a cracked wheat.
I can make it work. Thank you. This all looks delicious. Thank you so much. If you think of anything else, we're staying at the Ivy Wrath.
I help you carry.
I'm kidding.
I will poke you.
I know you will.
All right, so now we go see Nebbit,
Nebbit?
the launderer.
Oh, yes.
Not money, I'm presuming.
Nebbit?
Clothing.
Ah! Ba-dum-bump. Oh, yes.
Or laundress. I'm not sure if it's a man or a woman. I think it's a man.
Launderer.
Launderer or laundress. It's hard work. So we head to the laundry.
All right. You get there, clearly still working. You see lots of people, mostly women, human, half-elf, gnome. It's very hot, very moist air.
Moist.
They're all just working away and chatting while they work. And
I don't have the list, so I don't know the names.
It's Nevet.
Pebipran.
Pebipran?
Pebipran.
How many
Is it
people are
tight?
here?
There's probably somewhere between half a dozen and a dozen.
How do you spell Nevet?
Nevip. P as in Peter.
I'm going to guess that that's a boy's name.
I thought so, but he said mostly women. So,
One way to find out.
is there a supervisor? So somebody not working?
No, everybody here is washing.
Okay.
Or drying or folding.
We're looking for Nevet.
Nevip! What? What do you want? What? You see this little gnome come around, carrying a stack of sheets, and she's kind of like peering around the edge of it going, what? I got the sheets. These people want to speak with you. Oh. All right, here. Just hands the sheets off, and the person who was yelling is kind of like, fine. She walks over, kind of wiping her brow and smoothing her hair back a little bit, and she says, hello.
Hi. I'm Lieutenant Tasha, and I heard that you might have seen or witnessed something to do with the incident with the overseer. No, the underseer.
Oversentinel.
Oversentinel. There we go.
Oh, you mean Krosk? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cross.
Yeah. You talking about like a while ago?
About a week ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw him. And, I know Krosk. I do his laundry. I know his wife. I know his kids. And, so I saw him. I was headed to work, and he was walking around, and I waved, and I went, hello! And he pretended like he didn't even see me. Just, like, stomped on by.
Is it possible, like, he didn't know who you were?
I don't know how that could be. I mean, I've worked for him and his family for like 3 years now.
Okay.
Which way was he headed?
Let's see. I was going to work and he was coming the opposite direction. So it was up on the north end of town and he'd have been going east.
What time was this?
Early. It was still dark. It always
Like a
is
little
when I
bit
go to
before
work.
a little bit before sunrise?
Yeah. I have to be here before sunrise or I'm late.
Did you notice anything odd about how he was walking?
He was stomping. Krosk doesn't usually stomp. He's actually kind of an even-tempered guy for, a barbarian. I've never seen him get really angry, but he looked angry.
You said you've worked for him and his family for a number of years. Do you know where he lives in the Inner Enclave?
No. They get their laundry delivered here, and it gets delivered back once we clean it. But I've met him and the missus and the kids a few times.
Well, you know him well enough. You've interacted with him.
Yeah.
Do you think he would be unfaithful?
I don't. It didn't sound right to me when I heard about it. Because, I mean, I don't know. I mean, when I do see him with his wife and the kids, they all seem really happy with each other. But I know a lot of people try to look happy when they're out in public so people don't ask them questions.
Mm-hmm.
But it just, I don't know, it just didn't sound like him. But, you know, maybe there's stuff going on. I don't know. I've seen him in public, and I know that's not always the real person you see.
Right.
So when he didn't answer you, would that be unusual that he didn't greet you back?
Yeah. He always calls me Little Nevip. And usually that sort of thing makes me a little twitchy. Because, you know, we don't like being called little. But he doesn't say it in a way that makes it seem like he's being insulting. It's kind of, when the way he says it, it's endearing. I mean, I always, you know, it always makes me smile because, you know, it's more along the lines, he kind of greets me like he greets his kids. And it was always friendly.
Hmm.
So when he didn't say
You
hi
know-
back, I figured he was really mad about something.
Do you know when you saw him? Was it on the North Strip here?
Yeah. Yeah.
And can you tell me if it was before or after the north entry to the inner enclave?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It was a
So
while
where
ago.
are we? Where are we? The laundry?
Right now you're over here.
It was a while ago. Was it the night that you got in trouble for, or was it earlier than
Yeah,
that?
it was that night. I guess,
Okay.
I mean, I figured that was why you were coming to talk to me, because the other guards came to talk to me about it too. So,
So the laundry is to the east of the gate,
yeah.
right? And you said you saw him on your way to work?
Yeah.
He was
So
walking
did you-
further east.
But you passed each other?
Yeah.
So where were you? You were coming from the east and he was headed east.
Yeah. I hadn't gotten to the laundry yet.
So you were east of the laundry, so he would have been past the north gate, right?
Yeah, I guess he would have. Yeah, that makes sense.
Interesting.
Did you know her? Did she use your services?
Her who?
Miss Drogan?
Oh, no. No, I didn't even know her name until I started hearing people talking about all this.
Mm. Well, you've been very helpful.
Have I?
Very.
Yeah.
Neat. The other guards I talked to didn't tell me if I was helpful or not, and I kind of wondered.
Absolutely were.
I hope we don't get you in trouble for pulling you away from work.
Oh, no. I'll just tell them that one of the guards wanted to talk to me about the whole kerfuffle thing the other week, and they'll be fine.
Okay. Well, we'll let you go then. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Who else is on the list?
Just the smithy.
So
So
does anyone
can
else
we
find
go
it?
to, oh, sorry.
Does anyone else find it really interesting that he was walked past the north entrance too?
The west. Yeah. So can we keep walking around?
Sure.
Because we haven't gone the whole way around.
Let me make sure I'm doing this on the right screen.
We need to find someone who might have seen him either.
I want to know if he went out.
Yeah. Like, where did he start and where did he stop?
Right. So.
Well, now we have a witness that says he was east of the North Gate, which if he was going to the inner enclave, he had 2 opportunities to do that.
I'm wondering if he left the city, because that entrance there is where we came in, right?
Well,
Right.
aren't there guards there?
Yeah. So let's just go around and go to the guards. Maybe
You
they
have
keep
the
track.
dice. You have the dice thing up on Roll20.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
FYI.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So let's go around and just go to the guard post.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you walk around to the guard post, and as you come out through the gate, you see that there are 2 guards standing outside the shack.
Are they the same 2 guards?
No.
Okay.
All right.
Need to see the captain, maybe.
I'll walk up to one of the guards.
Okay.
All right. You see a female dragonkin with silver scales, and a halfling dressed in a uniform that's really just loose-fitting trousers and a vest.
Well, I walk up to them and I'm like, I was wondering if you could help me with something. Is there any way we can find out who was on post here on the night of whenever it was the incident?
8 nights ago.
Yeah.
Why do you want to know that?
Well, we want to know if and or what or anyone left through this gate that morning.
We're assisting Captain Caro with an investigation.
Do you have proof of that?
I give him the writ.
Here.
Oh. And
I guess it would be morning, actually.
And you see when Tasha walks out and extends the writ, you see the female dragonkin kind of look and immediately.
Oh, no need.
But you are a lieutenant.
Yeah,
I must salute.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's very nice. Is there any way we can find out?
The morning. Well, I guess, do you keep records of who goes in and out of the city?
Of course. It is part of the job requirements.
So we've noticed that while several people saw Drask,
We just need to see the
Krosk.
record, right?
Krosk, saw Krosk walking about, no one's seen him.
You are inquiring about the Oversentinel.
Yes. So while we've seen lots of people saw him walking about, no one has mentioned seeing him leave the inner enclave or
Well,
go back in.
I'm just curious if anyone left around that time.
I think we don't need to tell everybody what we're doing because it's a pretty gossipy city. We just need the
You should
record.
speak to Gernon Glenora inside.
Inside
That's who
what?
that came in.
Good idea.
Points at the guard shack.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that who we met when we got here?
It sounds familiar.
The one who didn't talk, really?
You don't know.
Okay.
Okay, let's go in.
All right. You go in. You see an elf woman, kind of dusky tan skin, short, wavy brown hair, brown eyes. She's wearing a uniform like the others and kind of looks up and let's see if she notices. Oh yeah. And looks at Tasha and immediately stands and salutes. Lieutenant, how may I help you?
I show her the writ, and I say we're doing a little investigation the captain asked us to do about the Oversentinel.
Ah, so I see. Very well. How can I be of assistance?
I was wondering if you could tell me who came and went, or who went into the gates to the inner enclave that night, and who came out.
I would have no idea. We don't keep those records. The Rykeliad keep those records.
We're wondering if the Oversentinel left Thunder's Edge that morning because everyone saw him walking this way.
Through this gate?
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Oh, well, certainly I can look that up for you.
Or anyone for that matter.
She walks back around, sits down, and pulls a book off a shelf behind her and lays it down and starts flipping through it and says, "This would be, if I remember correctly, 8 days ago."
Yes.
Mm.
Right.
And we're thinking probably 2 hours before sunup.
1 to 2 hours.
Before sun up. No. Ah, here we are. Let's see. There was a merchant caravan that arrived shortly after midnight. And the next entry in the guide here is after sunrise. So no one came through the gate either direction between midnight and until after sunrise.
How long after sunrise?
It says 7:15.
And does it say who that was leaving or entering?
Leaving. It was a trader.
A trader?
Someone who's done business here before.
What would that person's name be?
I would have to look. It's in the cipher, and I don't have the... Just a moment.
Okay.
She goes over, grabs another book, and starts leafing through it.
While you're looking for that, was the trader part of that merchant caravan?
No. That was a different caravan. Oh, this was Jackless.
Jackless.
Jackless Adbenor. He's an independent trader that mainly travels between Sandy Cove and here and Romani Keep.
Do we know when he arrived here to
That was
do his
my
business?
next one.
I could find out, but that would take some time.
Okay.
I would
If you
have to
could
go
just-
through the books and pay line by line until I find him.
We're staying at the Ivory's Wrath. If I gave you 2 gold, would you be able to do it within the next couple days?
I could try. And is Lieutenant, is this an order?
Yes.
Then you don't need to pay me. It's an order.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the merchant caravan? People you know, people have been here before. Were they new?
It was a caravan for River Run shipping. But it doesn't say who it was, but obviously it was someone that was recognized, or else they would have written down the name. If
Can you tell
it's a
Oh,
business,
sorry.
if it's a business that is known here in town, and they come and go a lot, we often simply write down the name of the business, knowing that if we need to know exactly who was involved, we can contact the business and find that out.
Do you know who was on duty at the guard post that night?
Again,
morning.
I don't, but I could find out. If they
We-
if they saved the duty roster, I could certainly find that out.
Okay. Yeah, we would need to know that as well. Who would have been on duty for the 2 hours before and after sunrise?
Well, the shifts change at sunrise.
Okay, so probably who went off duty at sunrise.
Very well.
I would actually like to know about the merchant caravan. So yeah, the person before and after, I think.
And actually, yeah, who came on at sunrise, because they may have seen him when they were walking too. So
Right.
So who else do we have to talk to?
we just have the blacksmith.
All right.
Tasha, do you think we can get in Arletta's house?
Yeah, I think we can.
We've probably removed the body by now. Let's see if we can find a ledger or an appointment book or anything like that. See when the last time she had somebody there.
Would I have to go get permission to go to Arletta's house?
Probably.
Okay, so let's go find the captain. Where would he be?
He told you that if you needed him, you should ask around with the guards, that they would probably know where he was.
So we're still in the
Yeah.
the shack, right?
Yeah.
Do you know where the captain is?
Captain Caro?
Yeah.
He might be at the Ivory Wrath.
Well, let's go check out the Ivory Wrath. Thank you. You've been really helpful.
I will try to find that information for you.
I really appreciate it.
Where are you staying?
At the Ivory Wrath.
That will make it easy to find. I will send the information over as soon as I put it together.
All right. Thank you. And with that, we go back to the Wrath to see if we can find the captain.
Or do we ask how to get to the smithy?
I was going to say, do we go to the smithy
The
first? 'Cause-
smithy's in the enclave. We have to wait for him to come home.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right.
So
That's
we're
how
waiting at the end of the day.
That's
Right.
what I was figuring. We could just go
Oh, cool.
find the captain. And
We should ask Lucian, was that his name? If the blacksmith guy ever comes in there. Maybe he'll show up for dinner. Be convenient.
Lorik?
Laura.
yes, Lorik. But Lucian
A
is
little bit of a
nice.
cross there. A little bit of a crisscross there, my dear. Crisscross applesauce.
Whatever. It was an L. I knew it was an L. Ends with an N. It's close.
That's a tiefling. You know.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Didn't even realize where it came from.
You know.
That's funny.
No big deal. Different colors, but they're all the same, right? Sassy.
Very sassy.
All right, so you head back around to the Ivory's Wrath,
All right.
and you walk in. It's probably about 4 o'clock now, and it's not terribly busy because most people are still working. You see a few tables, and you see a lark behind the bar, as usual, and you see someone who very well could be Captain Caro sitting at the bar talking with a lark.
So let's go up to Alaric. And is it the captain?
Mhm.
No?
And he kind of glances over. Oh, Lieutenant.
Captain.
How fares the investigation?
Doctor.
Well, we've talked to almost everyone except for the smithy. And we're trying. We would like to go check out the elven woman's house and see if we can find any ledgers or anything that would prove how long it's been since she passed.
Well, anything written, like ledgers or letters or a diary, would already be in evidence. And as such would be inaccessible to you at the moment. Because our own investigators are investigating her murder.
Okay.
But you could certainly enter her house and look around if that would be helpful.
Yeah, I'd like to still do that.
That would be helpful.
So, I assume you were well aware of all of the circumstances around this?
I've read the reports, yes.
But it's unlikely it was him.
We don't know, to be honest.
Of
We just
the
don't
witnesses, of the witnesses who know him and saw him and tried to interact with him, all said he was really strange.
They said he was angry.
He was angry. He limped. He was hunched forward.
He limped at one point and then he was stomping.
Not himself.
And one even shook his hand and said the hand felt different,
Too small.
smaller.
And
Yes, but if I remember that particular bit of testimony, he also thought that the Overmane could have been drunk,
Yeah.
which would explain why the hand felt strange.
but
What
it
is it,
didn't
Aribell?
just feel strange, it felt smaller.
Well, if
It
it was
very
limp,
much-
if he'd been drinking sufficiently, it would have felt smaller.
Mm.
I
Malton
see
very much.
I see where you're going with this, and you're not the only one who's headed that direction. But just the testimony alone was
We have
insufficient.
another question for you.
Now that we know that Miss Dorgan was dead prior to this evening.
Okay,
now,
shut up a minute. What was your question?
Because I've tried to ask it 8 times.
Sorry.
You gave us the list of witnesses, but the guards that were on duty were not on it. But it appeared he traveled past them, but there's no guard statements, right?
Which guards? Ours? Or the Reptiliads?
No, yours.
Yours.
It appeared he came all the way up, went past the west gate, then went past the north gate, past the laundry, and the only way down would have been to your guard post. So did they see him leave or go anywhere?
I don't follow.
So the city's a square, right?
Essentially.
So she lives over by the west gate. After he left her house, he traveled all the way up, went past the north gate. The laundress was headed west to the laundry. He passed her. That's almost to the edge of town. So he would have had to go south, which the closest thing would be the guard post. Did they see him? He didn't go into the inner enclave. He would have traveled past your post.
Aloric says, "Allow me," and sprinkles a little bit of sugar on the top of the bar and takes his finger and draws what you're trying to say. And the captain goes, "Oh. No, well, you're assuming that if he made the turn south on the eastern side of the city, that he then would have departed the city. What if he continued south?"
We don't know that for sure, but wouldn't the guards maybe have spotted him walking through that time
A
of day?
stomp, angry Oversentinel didn't make it into their report?
They are on the outside of the wall, as you know, and they are tasked with paying attention to people coming and going through the wall.
Yes.
Okay. Well,
So the only guards that would have seen him, West Gate, North Gate, potentially East Gate, would all be Raqueliad.
Correct, unless he happened to pass by one of the patrols, which
And
no one mentioned.
What is...
So he made it all the way around the city and no patrol saw him? Isn't that weird?
Well, in the early morning hours, there are but 2.
Did the Raqueliad share any of their information?
No.
So we don't know if any of them saw him go back into the inner enclave or leave the inner enclave.
No.
Do you know where his home is in the inner enclave?
I know approximately.
Draw in the sugar where it approximately is.
All right. He basically does little marks where the different gates that you're talking about are.
Mm-hmm.
And then takes his finger and goes,
so the West Gate would have been his best.
So it would make
Westgate
no
would have
sense for him to go all the way around the city to get home.
And not even that, or he could have gone down to the South Gate. That still would have been closer. I mean, the West Gate obviously is the closest, but South Gate is still closer than the North.
So according to witnesses,
He didn't go home.
none of it makes any sense that it was him.
Yeah.
And where did he go?
His relationship with his wife, according to several witnesses, his demeanor typically towards people he knows, just none of it adds up.
I do have one more question.
All right, go ahead.
It's map related. So, Jeff, make sure you're looking. I point to this corner up here. In the sugar.
Mm-hmm.
And I ask, what buildings are that way? Like, since we're fairly new to town, what kind of, are there inns over there? Is there is that where the
Tavern?
haunted warehouse is? What's up over that way?
There's a temple in that direction, the Temple of Pharos. There is also a gate post out of the city, continuing to the northwest.
Oh, in the corner that we can't see? Like
Yes.
barely the corner, there's a gray thing there?
Yes.
There's a gate post going out of the city.
There's a way out of the city there too.
Here, I'll show you.
Yes,
We walked that way now, so
Yep.
but we would have seen that there was a gate post, right? Probably not if it's back in that.
Yeah, probably not. Because you were walking down the inside road.
Right, to the east
The
outer gate.
The Pharosian temple you would have seen.
that's the
Because
round.
it kind of stands out, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's right here.
So
Yeah, I see that.
would if anybody entered or left through that gate post, would it be in the logs down at the main?
It would be in the logs at that gate post.
Okay, so we need to go to that gate post and check the logs. We checked the logs at the main one.
Anything else of note in that corner?
No. Homes.
Okay.
So what we have is speculation. However, it's starting to add up and multiply towards it being something else, not him.
So he insisted he was home the whole time.
Yes.
So
But his family was traveling, visiting relatives, so there was no one who could corroborate.
well, I would think the guards there, the Enclave guards, should be able to corroborate whether or not he left the Enclave and when he returned.
Yes.
Fortunately, we don't have access to their reports.
Well,
Right.
don't the Rakiliad want to clear him?
They have refused to participate in anything that would threaten his honor.
Well, if we tell them we think he's innocent, will they let us talk to someone?
Not necessarily.
You would have to be very convincing.
We can try.
I
Yeah.
think we should
No,
maybe
but-
wait until we've got the information from the Northwest Tower and then like make a list of like our bullet points. Just basic facts so that we
Well,
can
the
go in and
would be the next because well,
Well,
that's our only other person, but I
I mean, talking to the guards, I met one that looked like he had a couple of brain cells he could rub together. Other than that, they don't seem like they're too.
no, we'd have to find somebody who wants to clear him. I'm thinking the
Right.
the high
The Arch
The Arch-
Sentinel.
But how do you get an audience with them?
we request one and have them ignore us, but
You would send an official messenger. You can
How
hire
do we do
one.
that? Okay. All right.
Alaric can point you out where to get one.
Okay. Try that. All right.
Name. What is her name? Arch Sentinel. I have it down.
Well, okay, so you need to talk to the smithy.
Navi Temra.
Abby Tempra.
Temra.
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 So we need to talk to the smithy. we need to go to the other outpost or shack and see what their records are and wait for the records from the original shack that we went to. And then we can write out what we know and send it to Navi Temra as a request to have an audience with her. Yeah?
You drafting one up now?
Yes.
Okay. I asked Aloric if the smithy ever comes in here.
Ooh.
Vilcudo, I think. Is that his name? Vilcudo.
He looks kind of quizzical, and Caro says, Dragonkin. And Alaric goes, no, the Dragonkin usually don't, they don't drink, so they usually keep to themselves. I can understand why.
Well, all right, then we're going to have to go to his residence. So shall we do that first? What time is it?
It's probably about 4:30 now.
So what time does he leave work, you think? Like 5? I ask Aloric what time smithies are normally open till.
Until they're done.
Oh dear.
It all depends on what orders they have, who they need to keep on in order to finish an order by a certain date or time. They keep irregular hours.
Oh dear.
Maybe we could leave a note on his door.
It's a good idea. All right, so let's walk over to his residence and leave a note on his door.
All right. What are you going to What are you going to say in said note?
We knock first, right?
Yeah. we knock to see if he's home.
It's no answer.
Okay. So the note says that we have been asked by the captain of the guard to investigate the strange case of the Oversentinel. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that we require to hear the testimony of his witness. And that we are staying at the Ivory
Rat.
The Ivory's Wrath, yeah.
Ivory's Wrath. And that we are willing to meet him elsewhere if that makes him uncomfortable. And for him to get a message to us.
All right.
And then we go back and have dinner and sort this out.
So you head
I will
back
contribute.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say I will contribute some paper and a quill, and we'll start timelining it out.
I don't want to put Oh, sorry. I thought you meant for the note. Sorry.
No. Just for
No,
us.
no. When we get back to the thing, so if we have the ability to present a cognitive timeline of who saw him and where, and some of the things that we could put next to it, that if we go to the Recaliad or someone and try to make a case, or we'd like to talk to you and these are the things that we found, it would nice to be succinct and Do you know what I'm saying?
Yes,
My
pictures
words
are
are
good.
failing me right now.
Straightforward and to the point so that they can understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Clear data.
No extra stuff.
No extraneous stuff.
As you settle down to dinner, give Aloric your order, and begin to figure out exactly what you're going to say, and more importantly, how you're going to say it, this would be a good time for us to take our break.
Yes.
Yes.
So we will be back in about 10 minutes. Hope you hang out till then. It's kind of coming to a head now, so it's going to be interesting after the break. So stay tuned. We'll see you in 10. And welcome back. So dinner is had. Dinner is good.
Barely, man. 10 minutes is just not long enough. Oh, you mean in game?
I mean in game, yes.
Yeah.
And not too long after you finish, you see a red-scaled dragonkin wearing breeches and a tunic and a rather scarred-looking leather armor, or leather apron, sorry, come walking in and kind of looks around and walks up to Aloric and says something, and Aloric points over to your table. He comes walking over. I am Vilkudo. You wish to speak with me?
Yes. Is it all right if we speak here?
It is acceptable.
Please have a seat.
And he...
Can we buy you a drink?
Water, tea.
Booze?
I would have water, please.
He doesn't drink.
Yeah. She missed that part, apparently.
We had something in.
What? So I go get him a water, and I bring it back.
All
I
right.
sit down, and I say, "What did you witness?"
I did not witness anything. It was what I heard.
That is witnessing too. What did you hear?
I am not an expert on the rituals of you scaleless. But I heard cries that did not sound like cries of pain.
All right. About what time was this?
Well then.
I like it better the way he said it.
It was not yet light, but it became light shortly thereafter.
And you walked past the elven woman's home?
Yes.
Did you hear anything said?
There might have been words, but once I ascertained what was likely the source of the noise, I did my best not to listen.
Huh.
To do otherwise would be rude.
Very discreet.
I did hear a thumping sound that was repeated at regular intervals.
Pamela
Thank you.
can't stop laughing. So cute.
Knocking, rocking, don't come a knocking.
If this house is rocking, don't bother knocking.
It was strange.
Why was it strange?
It is simply not something that I have ever heard before.
Ah,
Was it like
Would-
a muffled?
May I ask an indelicate question?
you may.
Is that what the scaleless rotting sounds like?
Most
Sometimes.
possibly.
There's not usually thumping.
Yes, there is.
If it's a bed against a wall.
Well, yeah, but you wouldn't hear the bed through the outside.
Yes,
You
will.
could.
Maybe.
You could.
I mean, a
You
layer of
could.
wood.
Thing sound have been like a bed frame hitting a wall? Would that sound be similar?
That does not sound unreasonable.
Man.
Do you walk by that house regularly on your way to work?
Yes.
Have you ever heard any thing like that before, or maybe pain versus not pain?
I have heard cries of pain in my life. That was the only sound of that I have ever heard.
But you didn't hear anything in the days prior?
No. It is usually quite peaceful as I walk to work.
Did you know the dressmaker?
No. Is that what she did?
Yes. So you never met her?
I do not know. I do not know what the person who lives there looked like, so I do not know.
So you couldn't identify her voice if you heard it?
No.
Have you ever met the Oversentinel?
I have seen him, but I have not spoken to him.
Okay.
Hmm. Okay, so he. I can't think of anything else to ask.
Again, has there been much talk in the inner enclave about this? The outer enclave is kind of, what's a good word for gossipy?
Loose talking?
Yeah, loose talking. Is there any speculation?
I have heard some speaking of this. Some of my co-workers, in fact, but I have reprimanded them, for it is not appropriate.
What has been said?
Supposition on how often the ritual was taking place.
Hmm.
Do you go past there every day?
Every day that I work, yes.
And you'd never heard the ritual before?
No.
Okay.
I have never heard that particular ritual before at all.
Okay.
I think we've taken up enough of this man's time. He's probably ready to get home and rest.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir.
You are welcome. Thank you for the hydration. He finishes
Would you like
his
a
water.
loaf of bread?
Huh?
You have extra bread?
I do. And I get a loaf of whole wheat bread and I give it to him if he would like it. I offer it.
Thank you. This will go nicely with dinner.
Enjoy it. It's today's bread.
And he just kind of makes a little half bow and turns around and ambles his way out of the Ivory's Wrath.
And off he goes.
Well, that went pretty well as expected.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone who heard her can't specifically say that it actually was her.
Right?
And we're all pretty sure that it's not her.
Well, she was dead.
Yeah.
So unless it was necrophilia.
Well, that's a good point.
And unless someone animated her.
Yeah. Ew. Just ew.
Hmm.
All right. Well. Huh.
Guess we could go to the northeast corner.
Yes. And talk to the guards there.
I'll check the book for us.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, to save time, you talk to the guards at the northeast gate. You end up being referred to the third guard who's inside. He looks up the time and date that you're looking for, and absolutely no one came through between about 10:30 at night and 8 o'clock the next morning.
In or out?
In or out.
Hmm.
Well,
All right. All through dinner, I was scribbling on paper.
nothing left to do but get our message to the head cheese.
The Sentinel.
Probably in the morning.
Yeah.
Well, we should send the messenger.
Yeah.
Tonight, you think?
Mm-hmm.
So I asked, I mean, it's only like 6 o'clock. I asked Aloric who we could use as a messenger to the Sentinel.
Are you wanting to put the message directly in her hands or pass it through a member of the Rekeliad?
Would be preferred to get it to
Directly.
her directly as possible.
Yeah.
Very well. Wait here for a moment. Let me send my own messenger to retrieve one for you.
Thank you.
And he walks out from behind the bar and walks into the back room. Gone for about a minute. Comes back out. Your messenger will be arriving sometime soon, depending on their availability, but sometime this evening.
Good.
So do I roll persuasion in the letter writing?
No.
Okay.
All right. So, the evening is yours. What are you doing until, if and when, the messenger shows up?
Well, trying out the things. Cute, cute, cute.
What things? The cheese biscuits?
Yes.
I hand the cheese and cinnamon biscuits to everybody.
It's a unique taste. It tricks your mouth into thinking that it's both salty and sweet,
Ooh,
but
I
there's
love
actually
that.
no sweet to it.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
But it is a very unique taste combination and not at all unpleasant.
So what kind of cheese is it?
It's some sort of sharp yellow cheese. That much you
Really?
can tell, but you don't know exactly
Cinnamon.
what type it is. Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm in.
Well, the next time you make it this way, I'll make you some. Yep.
Actually, just Brazilian
Cheese bread.
cheese balls would be fine.
Okay, well, I can make those as well.
Yeah.
No problem.
So I'll be out there in 3 days.
all it takes. Make the dang cheese balls.
So she'll be here Friday night. We can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. They'll just do my
Brazilian
show
cheese
from your
bread is
house.
really easy to make. I mean, all you need is mini tins and some tapioca flour. It's not hard.
In a blender.
Yeah. A blender.
Excellent.
All right.
What are we going to do tonight?
Well,
Maybe Tasha can
oh, I should play.
do the entertainment.
Yeah.
Lyric.
I go ask Aluric if there's any entertainment in here for the night.
And he pulls a slate up and looks at it and goes, no, not this evening.
And I pull out my shiny loot and I say, "Would you like some?"
And he just stares at the loot.
Wink, wink.
Just like wide-eyed, just kind of like, where did you get that? It's beautiful. Are you sure you want to show everyone here that you have something like that?
They can't take it.
Very well.
And I say, we ran into a caravan of what were they? Sasassian?
Sasaran.
Sasaran.
You've met the Sasaran. I have heard
Yes.
of them. I have heard the tales, but I have never had the pleasure myself.
And
Are they as strange as the tales would suggest?
I didn't think they were very strange. I thought they were colorful and fun. Very fun.
It
There
is
was lots-
said that they understand the true nature of celebration.
I think that's true.
I think I would like to meet these Sasaran one day.
Oh, I bet you would. I mean, I think they'd like you.
Really?
Sure.
Is there something wrong with them?
No, there's nothing wrong with you either.
He kind of winks and grins a little when he says that.
Mm-hmm. I see. You're shining me on. So, I set up where do they have a little stage
Sure.
or okay? So I set up on the stage and I start off with a reel, like the ones that I learned from the Sasaran, and I play for get an hour and a half.
All right. Make a performance check for me.
Okay.
Wang. To wang. 20 minutes in, they're like, no, it's okay.
27.
Oh.
Jesus God.
Never mind.
You start playing, you finish the reel, and the whole place, there's just a roar of applause from everybody in the place, including Alaric. And as you begin your second song, you see that there are people coming in the door and walking in kind of like... And then they see
heard her
empty
down the
tables,
street?
and they come in and sit down, and Alaric brings them drinks, and
They heard her down the street.
they heard her from the street and went, wow, that's really good. Who's that?
Yay.
So
I just sit back at the table, lean back on back legs, put my feet up, and take out my my little book and ink and quill and start scribbling in it while I'm listening to the music.
all right. Yeah, by about a half an hour into the set, the place is full. With a 27? Yeah. And then there are people who end up coming in for about the last 15 minutes or so and just standing in the back. It's like every time you finish a song, the applause is slightly louder.
I look over at Zorith and I go, "Hey, Zor, you had one of those cinnamon biscuit things?"
Yeah, I had 4. You didn't take one earlier. Here's one now.
Oh no, I took one. You were passing them out.
Oh, then I have only pastries left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
There were only 4 biscuits, and we ate them.
Unless you didn't have yours earlier.
No, I did.
I didn't eat one.
Why?
She was full.
I'll ask Aribell.
Well, and I heard him say that. I'll slide my biscuit over to him.
Okay.
He starts eating it while he starts scribbling in his
He
book.
eats so rarely, of course she would give it to him.
Right.
Absolutely.
Oh my god, he ate food.
It's not giving half of it to Zori.
Yeah, this is new.
Arimynn never asks for seconds at home.
Oh my god.
Give it to Arimynn. Give it to Zori. Zori likes it.
Hey, Zori. Okay.
About the time you are in the middle of your last song, you see someone come in wearing a blue robe with black trim and walks immediately over to Alaric and bows his head and says something, and Alaric points at your table. And he comes walking over and says, "I understand you need a bonded courier this evening."
Oh,
You would be correct, sir.
bonded.
Very well. So what am I taking and who am I delivering it to?
A letter to the Arch Sentinel.
Ah, very well. Do you have the letter?
Almost done. Well, she does. I almost have it done to send to you.
Okay, all right. Very well. And he reaches into a pouch at his side and pulls out flint and tinder and a candle and a block of wax and a stamp.
Ooh. That's exciting.
I'll seal it. Do I do my ring or his?
You can seal it yourself.
Okay.
And
I
then
will seal it with my signet ring.
Okay. And then he brings it over and lights his own candle and drips some wax on it and takes the stamp and in blue wax. And you see that it's sort of the same sigil that's on his robe. And he blows on it and says, "All right. Very well. That will be 2 gold."
I got it.
Okay.
I got it.
Do you wish receipt confirmation?
Yeah, I think so. If possible.
Very well. You will be here?
Yep.
Yes.
Understood. And he turns and walks out carrying the letter.
Very good.
My letter. Well,
And after, well, considering that I see this many people, I'd play for another half an hour.
Oh, okay.
fancy.
I feel bad.
All right. Well, when you announce that you are finished for the evening, you hear a lot of "aww," and then you see people come up and start pitching coins onto the stage.
Ooh. Get it, girl.
When all is said and done, you have 3 gold, 4 silver, and 15 copper.
Woohoo!
3 gold. How many silver?
4 silver and 15 copper.
We didn't really discuss it, so I just drafted one.
It looks good.
That's fine.
I'll message it to you, Jeff. Is that the easiest?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and...
When
pull it.
Tasha comes back, I let's see, I probably would hug her and say that she did a really good job. And then, like, as she's sitting, like, pat her on the back too, like shoulder backy thing. Like, ooh, you did good.
Thank you.
Definitely one of your better ones.
She didn't. I didn't even get a chance to bless her. She didn't need it. Probably because she's so close to the Temple of Dressfiend.
That
Your
could
lady
be.
was with-
She was. She was definitely with me.
Arimynn just rolls his eyes and goes back to scribbling in his book.
All right.
I have a pint.
All right. And Alaric walks over and says, by the way, that's on the house.
Oh, thank you.
Performers get at least 1 free drink, 2 if I like them. But I think just the one for you and this. And he puts a small sack down on the table.
What's in the sack?
5 gold pieces.
Oh, shit.
He says, that's 10% of all of the additional business that came in because they heard you.
Oh, well, I'm glad that I helped.
This was a very good night.
We should just move here.
You were here when we
You
left, and you were here when we got up this morning. Do you have to? Do you stay all night, or?
No, I sleep.
My house.
I close shortly after midnight, or as soon as I can get the drunks out. And then I'm up and preparing breakfast at 6:30.
Oof.
7 days a week.
6. We are closed on rest day.
I'm glad you get a day off. It's a lot of work.
Yes.
Does that mean we got to be out on rest day?
I just think it means we don't get fed.
Yeah. But we know where a bakery is, so.
That's true. Probably about hour and 15 minutes or so after you sent the messenger off, you see him walk back in.
That was quick.
And he says, I apologize for the length of time that took. I was asked to wait while the Arch-Sentinel read the message, and I am returning with a verbal message.
Bite me. Sorry.
You are
Yours.
to present yourself at the northeast gate to the inner enclave tomorrow morning, and you will be escorted to see the Arch-Sentinel herself.
Ooh, what time?
As soon as you can get there. I would assume she didn't say. She just said in the morning.
Very good.
Supposedly, you would know what she means by that, I assume.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And I'll tip him a gold.
Ah, thank you.
Like, I should tip.
You earned that money.
You can tip the next one.
So we got our shit together. Aribell, our stuff together for that.
Good job, Pam.
Woot, way to go.
Well skilled in blowing smoke up pompous people. No. We've never met her. We don't know if she's pompous.
Right.
True, but
Tone when you're dealing with people of that ilk of directness and groveling at the same time. I can't explain it.
You got to get to the point and let them know all at the same time that they're more important than you are.
That's it.
petting them while
I'm really not
groveling.
good at that. Petting while groveling.
Of course, she is a barbarian versus a noble, but I presumed it was
I'm
the
guessing
same.
she still likes to prefer that to know that she's more important than anyone else.
She's the arch. I think she knows she's pretty much more important than anybody but the Lord.
That's what I'm saying.
She doesn't need me to tell her, but so you have to not go over too far over the line, because then you're just annoying. So we have an engagement in the morning.
Yes.
We do.
So let's discuss what we're going to discuss with her and what we're not going to discuss with her.
What do you think we should not discuss?
That's what I was just going to say.
I don't think we should hold anything from
Back.
her.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think we should tell her exactly why we're here. I mean, maybe not who sent us, but exactly why we're here and what we're
like
after.
the Jargravanen?
Yeah.
And what we're after. I think we should be right up front with her.
Because I think this ties right into
Yes,
that.
I agree.
And if anyone is going to be able to help us on our goals, it's going to be them.
Right.
So
I think that sounds very wise.
So should we lead with that? Like why we're here or should we lead with what we've learned about?
yeah, I think we should get to why we have the audience with her first.
Okay.
And if she wants to know more, then we can let her know.
Okay.
Maybe if we say a little bit about why we're here, it's why we decided to investigate this
Well, yeah.
was because, it seemed likely that it was related to why we're here.
Okay.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Works for me.
All right.
I guess we head to bed.
Yeah. We have to get up early and go into the Enclave.
So excited we got into the Enclave.
I know, right? I didn't think it was going to be that easy.
Not letting us wander around.
I wouldn't exactly call it. We had to do a lot of footwork to get all this.
What time is it?
Pretty stinky.
At
dead
this point,
body.
it's probably 9:30, 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah. Good time for
And
bed.
very likely got a little halfling kid into trouble.
Well, that was you.
Yeah, it was. But I think we got further than we would have had we just been standing there looking at him when he opened the door.
Yeah, he did not like that.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, so a lot of pages of notes here. I feel like Mickey.
Yeah, today is pretty note heavy.
I wonder what elves did to that guy.
What?
Well, I just, I wonder why he's the half orc is so anti-elf.
Most half-orcs are kind of, they're bigots.
That's weird.
Well, they're not typically the brightest bunch, but
Yes.
not in every case.
Well, I think part of it too is they're treated so horribly. I don't know though. Did we say in Aecathan that's not quite as bad, Jeff?
No, it's not quite as bad. It comes down pretty much 50-50. They're either treated with pity or fear.
Maybe we can set him up with that nice half-orc we got in the army.
Nice. Trying to recall which one that is.
You know, the one that we
I don't
chained
think I
up.
can hear us.
No.
Oh, geez.
I see.
Nuck? Nuck was her name?
Yeah, Nuck. Wait, maybe she'd like a nice boyfriend. She could get guard duty down here. They could have little half-orc babies.
Got a bunch of little... Yeah, Nuck.
I've gone to bed with nicer thoughts.
What did you say? What?
He said, I don't really want to think about that.
He said,
That's really-
I've gone to bed with nicer thoughts.
Oh. Oh.
Uh-oh. Up there, there.
Oh, what? Oh.
So
We
anyway,
still see you, so.
I'm going to sleep.
All right.
Everybody goes to sleep?
Yep. Well,
You go to bed.
actually, I wait for a while that night. I just sort of sit up in my room and keep reading my book, and then eventually I'll. I don't even know if they can hear us.
Yeah, we
I can hear you.
We can see Jeff, but he's frozen, and everybody else is blank screens. So
Oh,
Oh, really?
no, we can see and hear you just fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that's what Arimynn does.
Oh.
And now they're frozen.
They were getting to they're gone.
Ah.
Drag.
Where?
Major dr-
There you guys are.
And
Hello.
now they're back.
Where are the
We'll
rooms in
try-
relation to each other?
They're all in a row down the hall.
Is mine next to his?
It can be. You were given 4 rooms. You can assign them however you like.
Mm-hmm.
Probably was.
are the baths closed this late?
Yes.
I'm going to listen to the wall and hear if I hear him finally like climb into bed and go to sleep.
Well, you mean settle down to meditate.
But yeah.
I'm up for a pretty good while, for a few hours before I lay down in the bed.
So 11:30?
No, like a few hours into the night, like 2 or 3.
So maybe 1 o'clock.
Right.
Okay. All right. Guess that we sleep.
All right. You have a pleasant evening. Wake up the next morning.
Go downstairs as soon as I wake up. Over to our table.
I get dressed first, but yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Tasha,
Is it biscuit day?
when you get down there, you find that Arimynn is already there.
Good morning.
I'll come down after that.
Good morning.
I trust you meditated well.
Well enough.
Good.
You, at that point, Alaric is coming in and out of the kitchen, and you see a stack of boxes about 3 feet high tied together come like floating in, and then as they come around the bar, you see arms under the boxes and tiny little legs. And you hear this voice. You hear this voice go, "Alaric, Alaric, are you here? I can't see you."
I run over to help him.
Yeah.
Take some boxes off there.
All right. Well, they're actually all tied together. So if you're gonna pick them up, you're gonna pick up the whole stack and do whatever you want with it. And he's like, "Oh, thank you. That was that. Oh, it's
Mr. Twofoot.
It's our favorite customers.
Hello.
Hey.
How are you this morning?
Oh, I see the gang's all here. Well, almost. Oh, we're good. Yeah, when we got home last night, Hugh and I had a chat and we decided that, well, if our favorite customers were staying here, maybe, the next morning should be pastry day.
Yay, pastry day!
So, we brought a lot. Hope you're hungry.
This is Saradis, right?
Yes. Sorry.
So, Mr. Cotton.
So, if I can ask, did you happen to make any more of your cheese, cinnamon
Biscuits.
biscuits?
Oh, like those, did ya?
Yep.
Well, not yet, but that's on me list as soon as I get back to the bakery.
Can we put in an order for some? And
Oh, absolutely. How many would you like?
dozen?
We look to Arimynn.
How many do you want?
I reach in and I take 2 gold and put it down and said, whatever that'll buy.
That's a lot.
A share in the bakery. I don't know if I've actually got enough flour to make as many as that'll buy.
Will you make them tomorrow then?
I'll make what I've got today and make the rest tomorrow.
That sounds promising.
Discounts, right?
Yes, he does.
Oh, okay.
I'm a shareholder now. He has to do what I say.
He kind of
so
chuckles.
funny.
Definitely favored customers of the week.
Yes, well, those delicious confections are the first thing I've eaten, and I couldn't tell you how long, that really struck my fancy.
Well, that's very kind of you to say, and I'll be certain I'm telling you that you said it. He should know
We
better
might
than
have
to
to
doubt
pay-
me.
We might need to pay them for the recipe before we leave so I can make them at home.
Potentially.
We could just live here.
All right. Well, I'll be getting back then so I can get started on your biscuits. When will you be by to pick them up? In other words, how long have I got?
How long do you need? Because we have some business this morning, but after that, I'm not sure what else we're doing.
You could drop them off here.
Or
Oh,
we
I could do that.
Yeah, that would be fine. Yes.
I could do that. All right.
Have
I'll,
someone drop them off here.
I'll bake up what we've got, and then after I've dropped them off, I'll head out and see if I can get my hands on some more flour.
Have a safe and pleasant day.
Thank you, sir. You too.
tell Hugh we said hello.
Oh, I will. Believe me, I will. He kind of
Tell
walks
Lork.
out. He walks out, obviously pretty happy. So,
Tell Lorik that you're getting a delivery, so he doesn't think they're
Oh, I'm
his
definitely telling
customers.
him.
These are mine.
and he walks out and says, "Oh, well, it's your lucky day. They brought pastries.
Yes, we know.
Well, let's see what we have, shall we?"
By the way, I placed a delivery order for here from them for later days. That okay?
Oh, of course.
Oh,
I'll
wonderful.
hold them for you until I see you first after they arrive.
Wonderful.
I help him unbox the pastries,
All right.
mostly
Or she-
to see what other kinds are there besides pear.
Yep. There are the equivalent of bear claws.
Oh my god,
Um,
I hate you.
there are cinnamon rolls, obviously.
Oh, that
And there are more turnovers. There are more pear. There are some apple. And there are some lemon.
Ooh.
And then there are round pastries with some sort of creamish white colored filling sitting on top.
Ask Lorik what those are.
Ah, a combination of white cheese and sweet cream.
I fucking hate you. Oh my god.
Well, my work here is done.
How
I
about ruining this?
go back to the table and I tell everybody and ask what they would like.
I would like a cinnamon roll.
Okay.
Me too.
Okay. Do you want to try anything? There's a white cheese and sweet cream, right? Is what you said?
Mhm.
You can try it. If you don't like it, I will take it.
And there's
All right,
bear.
get the stove fired up. I wouldn't mind some potatoes and some bread.
I will tell him.
We can definitely handle that.
2 cinnamon rolls, a bear claw, and a round pastry.
All right. He walks over, grabs a plate, loads up the 4 things, and brings them back over. Would you like anything else this morning? Bread and potatoes for you.
Some
Eggs.
eggs, please.
Oh yes.
What'd you say?
And eggs
Eggs.
Eggs.
and coffee.
Coffee.
Of course.
Tea.
Yes, tea, please. Thank you.
And he walks over to the counter, grabs a couple things, and puts a tray together, and immediately turns around and comes back over and brings over a pot of coffee, a pot of hot water, 2 mugs, and 2 strainers with tea in it.
He was ready for us.
I was, yes. Every so often you get guests that you remember because of good things, and not because they're a royal pain. And those are the ones that you make a point of treating well because you want them to come back.
Well, it's nice to know we're welcome.
When is the rest day from where we are now in the week?
Let's find out.
I was actually thinking that too.
3 days. Like, 3 days from now, it is rest day.
Got it.
Do you live here?
I do. I live upstairs.
Do you do anything fun on your rest day or just rest?
Usually I wander. visit some of the other shops that are open on rest day, talk to some of the other merchants, find out all that's going on, occasionally swap recipes. Usually talk to the guards to find out what caravans or traders are due in, when, what they're carrying.
I smack my hand on the table. Not loud, just like, because we haven't asked him what he knows.
Just going to ask if he knows about the river run shipping.
Oh, that's not what I
And
was
if
going
he
to
knows Jockless Arbiter.
Oh, River Run Shipping, yes. They're, I believe they're the main supplier of flour and sugar and barley, as well as a few other sundry items here and there.
Flour and sugar. I'll bet the boys know who they are.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And Jockless, I've heard that name. I'm trying to remember in what context. It's not food.
He's a trader of some sort.
Yes. Yes, he's a trader in cloth and silks.
Oh.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
So that would mean that he would have known
Maybe.
the elven woman.
Do you have, I mean, this is Gossip Central. I'm sure. Have you heard anything about the Overmane guy?
Oversentinel Overmane.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Just what everyone else has been saying. Had an affair with the seamstress who was the outspoken critic of the Lord.
Yes, but
And
anything
apparently
else?
she's dead now.
Did she ever come in here?
Oh, no. No, she wouldn't be allowed in here, I'm sorry. Someone that critical of the Lord, making that much noise and being that uncivil, I don't think I would allow her through my doors.
It's curious how she managed to make a living.
There are those here in the Edge who simply don't care. If someone's politics differ from their own, but they're good at their job, they don't let politics rule their spending.
I like them already.
My objection is less about her politics and more about her manners.
Well, I can understand wanting a sense of propriety in your establishment.
Yes. What's to keep her from climbing on one of my tables and beginning one of her speeches here?
Well,
That's not good for business.
Especially when you have the guards and
Yes.
yeah.
That's asking for broken furniture. Really. And I try to avoid that.
all right. Well,
Well,
we eat.
perhaps if you don't end up having plans if we're here, maybe we can share a meal with you on rest day.
I would like that. And he says that looking at Zorith.
Zori's a great cook.
She is.
I'm not. I'm a helper. I'm a good helper.
I'll keep
Quit
that
being
in mind.
modest.
She blushes. And she blushes.
He just chuckles softly and turns and walks back to the bar.
Arimynn belts out a huge laugh when he sees that. She's already embarrassed. What am I going to do?
Right. All right. Well, you finish your meal.
And make our way to the northeast gate.
Here we go.
All right.
I changed it to my nicest looking outfit.
Me too.
Shiny armor. Cleaned it up last night. Look all fancy.
I wear my uniform.
I look the same as I always look.
You do.
All right. You arrive at the northeast gate, and you see two Raikeliad, one male, one female, both human, standing there.
We have verbal confirmation, but we don't have any.
Good morning. We have an appointment with Archsentinel Tamra. We were told to present ourselves here.
And you see him look carefully at the four of you. And then he says, "Wait here." And he turns and walks in the gate.
Well, so far so good.
Yeah, last time they threw us out by now.
So you stand there for a little while.
Yep.
And shortly after that, the guard returns with a female, mid-20s, short, curly blonde hair, brown eyes, smooth skin, slender, about 5'4", 5'5". And she is wearing a robe. And this is the first Raikeliad you've seen in a robe.
Does she look like a finger winkler?
Make an insight check.
$21.
You give her a quick once-over, and you don't see the same sort of calluses on her hands that you usually see on a warrior.
Okay.
And you see the two guards, you notice they're sort of steadfastly not looking at her.
That's weird.
And she says, "Oh, well, good morning. You must be the ones that petitioned the Archsentinel."
We are.
"I'm Sten. Sten Renlorngi. And I am the Archsentinel's assistant. So if you would follow me, I will take you to her."
My pleasure.
Thank you. And so we follow her.
Mm-hmm. Cocked. There we go. As you're walking in, she kind of looks at Zorith. Are you a sorcerer?
Yes.
Well, I don't often get to speak to someone else like me, other than my master. We're
So
not exactly well thought of by your traditional barbarian, but we have our uses, and we've proven that over time. So even if they don't like us, they appreciate us, although they'll never admit it.
Right.
I will say this before we get to the Arch Sentinel. Don't let her appearance throw you.
Oh.
She has been fully accepted by the clans.
But
It is a point of great honor that she be respected as much as anyone else, and they will react negatively if she is not. So, if you are surprised, try not to show it. They will most likely interpret that as disrespect.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
What's the appropriate greeting? Should we bow, curtsy, anything?
No. You have no experience with barbarian tribes?
0.
Stand up straight, hold your head up, look her in the eye, and speak with direction, but respect.
I have a personal question or a in-game question. Are we seeing the Arilakis?
No.
Or we're seeing somebody under?
You're seeing Arch Sentinel Navi Temra. She's basically the one in charge of the Rakeliad.
she's like the Lord's number one.
Well, yeah, she's Riker.
So, oh, that doesn't help me at all.
The
I know
Lord, the Lord is the one in charge. He
Yeah.
has his advisor, who is Arilakis.
Yes.
That is likely the person Sten is referring to when she says her master.
That's what I thought. Okay, that's what I thought because
Yep.
the sorcerer.
But
And
she's
so
Arch
basically, the Lord has Arilakis. Next in command, Navi Temra has Sten.
Okay.
But she called herself the Arch Sentinel's assistant. So that might suggest the relationship is a little different. Or it could just be nomenclature confusion.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
That was not helpful, but okay.
Well, it was to me. Thank you.
She leads you in, and as you walk through the inner enclave, it is very clear to see that this is a different section of the city completely. Because everything you see is nicer than the nicest buildings you've seen in the outer enclave. And she takes you down a street, turns to the left again, and takes you up to the front door of a building, outside of which hangs a sign featuring a creature with 8 legs that is blue.
Blue spider. Got
Blue
it.
spider.
And she says, "Please follow me."
And we do so.
She walks in, and you see probably one of the fanciest inns you've seen. It makes the the two fancy ones in Erma look okay.
What about the big fancy one in Costed's Wave?
No, it's not to that level.
Okay.
This is, you imagine that maybe when this was brand new, it could have competed.
Okay.
But it's been around for a while. But everything you see in the main room as you walk in is decorated and padded in blue velvet.
Ooh, I love blue. Aribell's favorite color is blue. She likes there.
So, since she told us, Arimynn has been walking straight in the back. His shoulders are kind of back, and sort of puffing himself up a little bit. And
I'm walking more like
anyone
a
who
soldier.
meets his gaze, he looks him straight in the eye and just keeps going.
All right.
Yep.
And I'm comporting myself more like a soldier.
She leads you off to the right and up a wide blue carpeted staircase.
Okay.
And then leads you around a polished wooden banister into a room where there is a rectangular table, 4 chairs on one side, 1 chair on the other.
We stand.
And Sten says, "Be seated. The Archsentinel will be with you momentarily."
Should we rise when she walks in
I would.
out of respect?
If you wish.
Okay. Thank you for your help.
Good luck.
Thank you.
She walks out. You see that there are glasses. There is a pitcher of something, and there is another door on the left towards the back of the room.
I watch the door.
How we doing?
After about, nothing happens for a little bit, so
Everybody stick to the plan.
Right. Who's
Up front with her on everything, because
Let's have Aribell just talk to her.
I'm going to introduce her.
You're going to introduce Aribell?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, smart.
after about 10 minutes or so, the back door opens, and you see walk in a woman who's about 5'7", lean, kind of a square, bland face, but she has smooth red skin, which is wrinkled around her eyes and around the edges of her mouth, violet eyes and extremely long, wavy violet hair, and small horns that come out and go to the side.
So she's a tiefling?
That would be your guess.
Okay. We all stand.
Yes.
She looks up and says, "Thank you, but that is not necessary. Please sit."
We sit. And I say, I am Lieutenant Tasha Greenvale.
Lieutenant?
Thank you very much for meeting with us. I am going to introduce you to Aribell. She is going to explain why we are here.
Very well.
And not
which one is Aribell?
That is me.
Terroran Paladin.
Yes, ma'am.
Very well. Proceed.
As Tasha said, thank you so much for meeting with us. We were sent here to investigate rumors of Jagravan and spies in the city. And soon after we arrived, we learned of the incident with the Oversentinel, which immediately put us on guard that perhaps they were connected. And so we began an investigation, which led to us discovering Miss Dorgan's body. And then the army asked us to assist in their investigation based on that discovery. So we re-interviewed all of the witnesses that the Aecathan army had talked to about those who had seen the Oversentinel. And just enough strange things, as I'm sure your own investigation turned up, that those who know the Oversentinel personally, their interactions were strange. He didn't speak to them back like he would normally. One witness who shook his hand, he chalked it up to thinking that the Oversentinel was drunk, but said his hand felt smaller than normal. It almost seemed like he was trying to convince himself that everything was fine, but there was doubts that it was him. And everything we heard, we've never met him, of course, but that all of the descriptions from the witnesses who know him, that it was completely out of character, the way he was acting. At one point, they said he was limping, and then he was stomping, and very angry. And it was also very strange, the route he took after allegedly leaving her home. From what we know, the closest entrance would have been the west entrance, but he was seen all the way around on the opposite side of the city, which made no sense. But we didn't know as if anyone ever saw him leave the Enclave, because of course we don't have the statements from your guards. But this was 8 days ago, and when we examined the body, she had been dead at least 10 days. And we're just worried that all of this is just a plot to further destabilize the city. The Jagravanans want in, as I'm sure you know, and we just want to offer our help to solve this and clear the Oversentinel, because it's clear this was a plot to undermine him and the Rakiliad.
Is there anything else?
We did have one more lead to follow up on that we just found out about last night. The only person that left soon after sunrise, which was the last time the Overmane was seen, was a trader who's known to work in cloth and silks. And so we want to find out if there was any connection with him, because obviously she would have been a client, we would think.
That would stand to reason, yes.
So, it seems likely that someone disguised themselves as the Overmane and went to a lot of trouble to frame him. Somebody who knew, though, that his wife was out of town and that he would not have an alibi.
But it seems impossible for him to not be seen leaving the Enclave and returning to the Enclave. And we have heard, we've found no one who's seen either passage.
At least on the outer Enclave. So that's why we were hoping we could get information from you, from your investigation. I'm sure you asked the same questions.
If I may.
And you are?
Zorith. I am unsure if you heard of the unfortunate passing of the dressmaker.
Yes,
And
I have heard that she is no longer alive.
she was not killed by
Oh, right.
regular means. I can't find it in my notes right now.
Yes, she was.
Lightning?
No, it was. Are you familiar with holy magic or unholy magic?
Of a sort, yes.
So we can heal people. There's also a reverse spell that inflicts damage, and that's what killed her.
Yes, I have heard of this.
But at a pretty high level. A very powerful cleric or paladin of probably a not nice guy.
All right. Is there anything else you wish to say?
We hope that we have been useful.
Very well. I have questions now.
Yes, ma'am.
Sent by who? You said you were sent here to ferret out the Jogrevanans. Sent by who?
We operate out of Arrimynn.
Yes, I know this.
There's a cooperation between the Lord Mayor and an interested independent party.
You have not spoken to me before, so I will give you the benefit of the doubt and say this once. If you are trying to say something, do not try, speak it. We do not participate in half-truths or
VSFX sent us.
And the Lord Chancellor.
And the Lord Mayor was aware of the request.
And who exactly is this VSFX?
She's sort of the head of the underworld in Arrimynn.
Oh, I see.
She has a cooperative agreement with the Lord Mayor. It is Lord Mayor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But she has an investment in the city and would like to keep it running smoothly for both ends of the spectrum.
There is a war coming, and she was concerned that the Jogrevanans would put their hand in.
For the first time, you have said something that makes sense to me.
There's 3 separate fronts, and we don't want any of them to combine forces.
Understood. All right. So, second question. Exactly how long ago was the Dorgan woman killed?
So we found her a day or 2 ago, right?
2 days ago.
2 days ago.
So,
And she had been dead for, I believe, 10 days.
so about 12 days.
So nearly 2 weeks.
And he was seen
9 days ago now. So
yeah. 2 days before, 2 days after she was, approximately 2 days after she had passed.
I see. And you are certain that this, the cause of death was unholy magic?
yes.
And you stated that one of the witnesses said that that Oversentinel Overmane was drunk.
Yes, when we spoke to, he's a retired Aecathan army officer, Malton Brest. He's familiar with him.
Yes, I
and
know
said,
Malton as well.
But he said he walked funny. Just everything about him was off. But Malton couldn't quite come around to saying it wasn't him. But every indication that he gave us in his statement was
too small of a hand to be.
And he convinced himself if he was drunk, then it would be limp. But he just, it was very doubtful that Krosk would do these things, but because he witnessed it with his own eyes, he couldn't reconcile that.
All right. I need someone to make a persuasion check. You will do this with advantage because you have all been helping. But one person needs to make the check.
Not me.
I'm +4.
Persuasion?
You have +8?
Then it should probably be you.
It should be you.
All right.
And you will roll with advantage.
And can I use guidance, which I would have been praying this whole time?
Not unless you want to spellcast in front of her.
No, probably. 26.
She sits back and looks at you all for a minute.
Look her right in the eye.
Thank you. This has been quite helpful. With this new information, I believe we can finally put this to rest. There are several things here that do not make sense. The fact that she died 2 days, you say, before Krosk was seen in this area. The fact that the cause of death was a spell. Krosk does not cast spells at all. And you say that he was drunk. Krosk does not drink. This combined with everything else that that you have said that the guards originally discovered would suggest to me that this was not Krosk. And this, I believe, is sufficient evidence that the Lord will agree and issue a ruling clearing Krosk of the dishonor.
That's great.
It's a relief, I'm sure.
I am certain that he will be relieved, as will his family, as will the rest of the clans.
Still have a murderer.
However, our investigation is still ongoing. We need to ferret out this Jagravanin, if that is who it is.
The murderer.
And
Imposter spy.
I was wondering if perhaps we could count on your cooperation in our investigation.
Is that what you would ask of me now?
Yes.
Is that all?
Well, I don't want to assume what you can and cannot do, but any assistance, information you can provide would be most welcome.
And we will, of course, share with you and so that you can pass it along as necessary to the Lord Commander Tremaine. Obviously, everything that happens in Thunder's Edge is his concern.
If you're wondering about whether or not we expect a reward for this,
We don't.
my interests are I want to be able to go back to Airma, where my home is, and be safe. And this would go a long way to do that. I'll take that for my reward.
For once, the lantern messages were correct. I have communicated with Airma. I have heard about what you have done there. And how you have been opposing the bandits that were harassing the travel routes.
Yeah.
Trade is very important to us here as well. The fact that you speak clearly, you do not attempt to deceive. You are proud but not arrogant. You have honor. That is unusual. To find someone with honor outside of the clans. But I believe you do. The fact that you have spent so much of your time to help a man that I do not believe you have met.
No.
Nope.
This is rare, in my experience. And I will speak of this to the Lord. He will know of you and what you have done.
Thank you.
And
Thank
she
you for
stands and says,
We stand too.
"It is I who must thank you until such time as Oversentinel Overmane can render his thanks in person. But on behalf of him, on behalf of his family, on behalf of the clans of the Rakeliad, you have my thanks."
We appreciate it.
Yeah.
We also appreciate your wisdom.
This is one of the nicer things that I will get to do today.
We're staying in the edge for a little while longer as we still have an investigation to complete. We're staying at the Ivory's Wrath.
Wrath, yes, I am aware.
If you need anything that we can help with, and I know, as I said in my note, the Rakiliad is well capable of pretty much anything, but if there is anything we can do, we're happy to help.
I will keep you in mind, because it would appear that you do have certain skills that may become very useful. But please do continue your investigation and do keep me apprised of what you find.
We
For
certainly
sure.
will. And if we have your leave, we will go back to the inn.
And the door behind you opens, and it's Sten.
Smile.
And she says, "If you'll please come with me." And then
We
she
follow.
kind of, as you're walking out, you see her look past you, and her smile gets a little wider. She turns around and leads you out. And once you get outside the Blue Spider, she says, "She wasn't scowling. I think that went well."
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Just, you had warned us before about people reacting poorly to her, and I guess I didn't understand why they would.
There is only one other of her kind here in Thunder's Edge, of which you know because he runs the inn that you're staying at. He has ingratiated himself into the community, and he has become accepted through his work. The Archsentinel does not care to do that.
No,
And she is rarely seen in the outer enclave. And when she is usually subjected to rudeness.
Stairs.
She's stunningly beautiful. I don't understand why.
Well, I can certainly understand racial bias.
Well,
Yes. If only others saw her as you do.
I've only met two of her kind, her being one of them. I don't have anything negative to say about either one.
Nope.
Well, what I know of the gentleman that runs the Ivory's Wrath is all very complimentary, but I can't say that I've actually met the gentleman.
He's wonderful.
And so I have heard. And she takes you back out, back to the gate. And she says,
we appreciate you. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
well, here you are. Congratulations, I think, are in order. I've seldom seen her not scowl at the end of a meeting. I don't think I've ever seen her smile. I think not scowling is smiling.
Well, that is a compliment.
But I think you impressed her. If I had to guess. I'll admit I was listening at the door.
Your assistance was very well, it was very helpful. And we probably,
Yes.
it may not have gone as well without that.
Well, my job as her assistant is to make certain that things go as smoothly for her as possible. So advising you on the proper forms of address and how to behave simply made it a better experience for all involved.
And an important one, because what we had to say affects everyone.
So I heard.
Thank you for the escort, and I hope that today goes well and there's more meetings that end without scowling.
Perhaps I will try to come to the Ivory's Wrath and meet this other fellow.
You won't be disappointed.
If we're there, perhaps you and Zorith can talk about your shared talents.
Indeed. I would like that.
And it's possible that I might be playing at the Wrath this evening.
Are you a musician?
I'm a bard.
Ah. I
An exceptional
see.
talent.
Well, I do not know if my duties will end in sufficient time this evening, but if they do, perhaps I will wander that direction. Until we meet again.
And I bow.
And she does a little half bow and
Yeah.
turns and walks back into the inner enclave.
All right. And we go back to the Wrath, because after that, I need more coffee.
I'm just calling
And maybe
it
a pastry.
an Aerolocus or the Sith. I'm just saying.
What?
They're Sith, Master and Apprentice. They're the big bads. I'm just telling you. He's too nice. Just kidding. Just kidding. Big bads. We still need to investigate the house, too.
You come walking back into the
Okay.
Ivory's Wrath, and you head for your table, and you right about the time you see a figure you recognize sitting at the table, you hear, "Wow, 3 days in, and you've already gotten into the Inner Enclave. You people are amazing. No wonder you're friends of mine."
That's one word for it. I can think of some better ones, but that'll do.
Is it wrath or raft?
Rat.
Wrath. W-R-A-T-H.
You
Is
know,
it ivory singular or plural?
Plural. Ivory's wrath.
Possessive?
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
Been saying raft.
Hmm.
Wrath like Khan.
Kind of like wave. And what's way? Costed's wave, right?
Yes. Yes. So,
All right.
how in the
Anyway.
world did you get in there? I mean, this is your only your third or fourth day in the Edge, and you've already managed to get. Tell me what happened.
First of all, it's very simple. All you got to do is prove to the Raqueliat that their main dude didn't do what he was accused of doing.
And he was framed.
Voila!
You
In we went.
figured out that Krosk has been framed?
Oh yeah,
We had figured that out day one. We just took a couple days to prove it.
you had to get the evidence.
Right.
You guys are good.
Yeah. Why
Wow.
do you think VS has sent us?
Because she saw somebody she could take advantage of?
There's that.
That's what I
Well-
thought.
Well, that's probably true as well. However, she wouldn't have sent anyone who was inept.
Yeah, that's true. She must have heard that you were capable of, doing some stuff. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent you.
We're starting to get a reputation.
Yeah,
And-
I can see that.
Or she might have sent others who weren't as worthy and they didn't make the trip all the way through.
Oh,
Ooh.
I never thought of that. I was just supposed to watch out for people who, gave me the sign. And you were the first ones who come in and did that. So,
I have a feeling others were sent and didn't make it.
yeah,
Possible.
that is entirely possible.
Wow.
But do you
Wow.
know anything about Jacques Arbiner?
Yeah, the Silks guy, yeah.
Yeah. Anything suspicious about him?
He cheats at cards, but otherwise, no.
Well,
Do
he
you know
did.
the last time he was here in town?
He just left, not too long ago.
Do you know
That-
when he got here?
Headed back to Remini Keep. Oh, he was here for a couple weeks before he left.
Hmm.
Okay.
Did he spend a lot of time with the seamstress?
I don't know nothing about that. He spends a lot of time with one of the warehouses in town.
Okay.
He supplies them. Then they've got a storefront and they sell,
You said he left.
lots of stuff.
You said he left recently, like a couple of days ago.
no,
or...
like a week and a half ago, I think.
Okay. All right. That checks.
I don't know. I could find out.
No. We found out. I was just wanting to find out if you corroborated it. So
Oh.
apparently you did.
Yeah, this is what I heard. I didn't see him leave,
Yeah.
but information gets to me occasionally.
Okay. Well, I don't know if he has anything to do with it or not, but it does seem a little fishy that he left the morning after the alleged occurrence and is a
Delton.
silk and cloth dude. So that's just got a little flag on it for now. So
Yeah.
anyway,
All right. Well, yeah, as far as I know, he's on the up and up.
right, but
the only reason I know he cheats at cards is because I cheat at cards and I'm better at it than he is.
right. No, I'm just wondering. I'm not
Doesn't mean it was
accusing him
either.
necessarily. I just wonder if
Might have
maybe
been
it was
someone
not him
else. Yeah.
at all.
How long has he been traveling here?
Oh gosh, he's been doing the Remini Keep to Sandy Cove run for about 3.5 years.
What about the Rivers Run? Do you know anything about that merchant caravan?
Oh yeah. They mostly specialize in food. Occasionally they will Occasionally, they will hide some gold or gems in the food, and they usually make their way to me.
Oh. How convenient.
I like to keep my finger in the bread, if you know what I mean. So, well.
Well, we have some more work.
Sounds like you have definitely made an impression. So you was speaking.
Yeah, well,
You was talking with Nemri? Or Navi? Yeah, Navi. That's her name.
Camera.
yeah.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
was all of that was just a means of acquiring resources.
Hmm.
To
Permissions
get to the
and-
bottom of our real reason for being here. So
Still have to check out that warehouse, and we still need to figure out what's causing the cracks in the walls.
Yeah.
Have we noticed that at all?
No.
Okay.
And
Oh, we can ask him to tell us where the cracks are. Are they localized in one place? Or are they all over different places?
Oh, from what I've heard, they're all over the place, and that's the thing. Most of them seem to be coming from the inside of the wall.
Oh, that's right. We
So
can't.
most of them are coming from the inner enclave.
Ugh.
There have been a
That's
couple
interesting.
times the cracks were so bad that the crack actually showed up on the outside of the inner enclave wall, but mostly it's just them Raikeliad walking around and noticing that the wall was cracked.
So that one
Do
will have
it.
to wait until we're allowed in.
right. Well, should we go check the seamstress's house and then go to the warehouse?
We should probably do that next week.
You hear, well, everybody make a perception check.
Oh,
my first roll of the night, 7.
7?
17.
first. Yeah, we didn't roll a whole lot.
Perception?
No, that's not my
Yes.
character.
24.
And Aribell?
Trying to get my character crashed. Oh, it's in a different tab. 30, 20.
All right. Well, everybody but Arimynn suddenly notices that there's no other noise in the Ivory's Wrath.
Overmane just walked in. Everybody went quiet.
And you kind of like look around and you see a gentleman walking in with studded leather armor, very tall,
Oh.
long light brown hair worn loose over his shoulders. He's got the hilt of what appears to be a greatsword sticking up over his shoulder. He has 2 hand axes, one on each side of his belt, and he's wearing a cloak made out of lion skin.
Airman's like, hey, Laurie, can I get some more tea over here? What are you guys looking at?
And I go,
Overmane just walked in.
Oh, I look over.
And you see the person I just described, and he's walking up to the table.
good morning.
Oversentinel.
You are Tasha.
I am.
Aribell, Zorith, and Arimynn. Yes?
Correct. Yes.
He drops to one knee and bows his head and says, I do not know why Balmus chose to send you, but I am grateful that he did. That you would defend my honor, and we have not even met. The Oversentinel was correct.
Well, honor demands justice, if it is wrong.
On that we can agree. And
Everyone we spoke to who knows you talked about how honorable you are. So
It didn't add up.
this was a credit to the way you've lived your life that we could help.
And you have restored that honor to me and my family and my clan. And for that, I am in your debt.
We are honored.
The Arch-Sentinel told me that you requested no reward.
That's
No.
correct.
Only cooperation on our investigation, ongoing.
Then please accept these gifts as a token of my gratitude. And he pulls a bag out of his belt, opens it up, reaches in, and pulls out what looks to be an emerald and sits it in front of Aribell. Pulls out what looks to be a ruby, sits it in front of Tasha. Pulls out what appears to be a sapphire, sits it in front of Arimynn, and pulls out what appears to be a diamond and sits it in front of Zorith. Puts the bag away and then reaches onto his other side and pulls out a slightly crumpled scroll, which he sits in the middle of the table. And says, I thank you, my new friends. If I can be of assistance, you need only ask.
We truly appreciate that.
We're just glad we could help you.
He
And the city.
bows his head again and stands up, nods at you one more time, turns around and walks out. Now the whole place is just dead silent.
Wait till he actually goes through the doors and the doors close behind him.
Open the scroll.
You
I
look
didn't
at the
want to say-
scroll.
Wait, what? Arimynn?
I said I didn't want to
Until he left.
decline anything because it's like,
Yeah, it would have
No,
been rude, right?
No, we couldn't have. We could not have.
Just let us get into the inner enclave.
What does the scroll say?
The scroll is a writ signed by Kroskulligum Overmane, declaring you to be official friends of the Lion Clan,
ooh,
with all of the rights and privileges suggested therein.
Look at Wiggy.
Dude.
Does this mean we can get into the enclave now?
Wiggy goes, holy shit, that was Krosk.
We know.
What? Let me see what he wrote.
Well, we do. We show it.
Show him.
He reads it and he goes, holy fucking shit.
I'm assuming our names are on there, right?
Yes, full names. Like,
So
Oh
we can
my.
get in. We can get in now to the enclave.
you can get into the Lord's palace.
Well, I don't think we need to do that yet.
No.
But, yeah, you've been adopted into the Lion Clan. You don't know. When
We're official barbarians.
when Viessa hears this, she's gonna have kittens.
so
Lion kittens.
so while he was reading that, I palmed that sapphire in front of me and put it in undisclosed location, and I rolled a 29 for sleight of hand.
All right.
I just pick up my emerald and put it in my bag. I'm not sneaky about it.
Right.
So,
I'll pick up my diamond.
You can I look at that?
No.
See?
No. Can I look at? I promise I'll give it back. I promise I will give it back.
Hand it over.
He looks at him and he like pokes him around and holds it up to the light and looks at it and goes, "Yeah, these are pretty nice. I would say it's probably about 100 gold each."
Oof.
See, this is why I didn't worry about giving away money.
Yep.
That was very generous of Overmane.
Well, you basically just restored his life to him.
Yeah, that's the right thing to do.
And prestige and honor.
Yeah.
And the whole family.
And kept the city maybe a little more restabilized. Never killed
Yes.
a little bit.
If they weren't part of all of this.
I'm telling you, the Sith are after us. Sorry, Joker run.
We shall see.
Can't trust those shifty sorcerers.
That's what I've heard.
Especially ones with teal hair.
She has
That's
white
also what
hair.
I've heard.
That's right, white hair.
She has teal eyes.
I was looking at Nikki's. So we impressed Wiggy. So I say out loud at the table.
Yeah. Yes, you did. And he kind of looks around the room, and you see that people now all over the room have their heads together, and they're talking and in a very animated fashion.
Well, we've seen this before, haven't we?
I figure people are kind of listening. And so I just say a little bit, not like yelling, but a little bit louder. Well, I'm just glad we could prove his innocence. Because then they'll start spreading that.
Yeah. I think you all just officially got noticed by the Edge.
Could be.
Yep.
Well, that has its benefits and has its drawbacks. So, you know.
We know.
Well, we're no longer low profile. That's going to make all of this a little trickier.
Yeah.
Well,
We weren't
sometimes
really
it
low.
helps.
We weren't really low profile in Irma.
Yeah, but nobody knew who we were then.
The first day. The second day, we already started trying to discover things.
All going to get us closer to your goal.
It'll be okay.
And as you sit with everybody kind of whispering around you and Wiggy still looking a little goggle-eyed at you and your head's spinning just a little bit, that's where we're going to end this week. But you should know that as of right now, your notoriety in Thunder's Edge is equal to your notoriety in Irma.
We had
What
two
is-
notoriety in Irma, right?
Uh-huh.
Ooh, boy.
Well, it's all down here from the hill from here.
All right, so
But the thing to remember about that is that it actually has an in-game effect.
Right.
Let me make sure I remember what it is.
It's in the skills, it's in the notoriety, but I can't actually make mine go up. I don't know how to make it.
yeah, it's kind of
Stay.
tricky, but you got to go back to that edit thing.
Yeah, every time I try to make it plus another one to make it 2, it doesn't save it.
Do you have it in the miscellaneous bonus or in the override?
Oh, in the override.
Okay, that's where I've got mine. But it didn't, I just put a note in it. So it's still 2.
Oh.
So basically, what this means is you can add your notoriety bonus to both performance and persuasion checks.
Ooh. Did you say performance?
Yep.
We need to start a band.
Wow.
I'll be the manager of all your money.
We be fancy and shit.
Yep.
I would actually trust you with my money.
Sweet.
And that concludes this evening's chapter of
Woohoo.
Lands of Aecathan. We will pick up next Tuesday night at 7, and we'll see where you decide to go from here. Do remember that tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, GM chat, myself, and a special guest. Mike has the night off. And then Sunday, we start all over again with Board Remotely at 3 p.m. Eastern U.S., Player Chat Monday, 7 p.m. Eastern U.S.,
And right back here.
Yep, right back here next Tuesday night, 7 p.m. Eastern U.S. time.
Excellent.
Remember to
Wear
November
your mask.
7th,
Oh.
Yes.
starting at 8:30 a.m. Eastern U.S. time, four different Dungeons and Dragons games with 4 different game masters, all helping to raise money for the Texas Children's Hospital through Extra Life.
It should be interesting. It'll only be my second time DMing.
It'll be great.
Oh boy.
We'll
We look
see.
forward to having you with us on that day.
We'll be sharing more details as we
And
get
my
closer.
game is going to be a little weird.
Yay!
As
So
opposed to
mine.
as opposed to when?
No, it's weird for
No,
mine.
it's weird.
Okay.
Cool. Until next
All
week,
right.
remember, stay safe, stay sane, wear your mask. I mean,
Vote.
it's going through the administration like wildfire right now, which just goes to show you how contagious it really is. So wear your mask. Be safe. Better safe than sorry. And vote. That's
Yep.
the big one. Make sure that you vote. Annette and I already have.
I'm waiting for ours to come in. They haven't come in. Colorado gets actual things mailed to us, and they haven't come. They're supposed to be mailed on Friday.
Yeah, I need to check and make sure we're supposed to do absentee.
Yep. That's how we did, and I drove them up and put them in the ballot box myself. So
He did.
have a good week, and we will see you next Tuesday night when we welcome you back once again to the lands of Aecathan. Good night, everybody.
Bye, y'all.